Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, attendees and participants, and welcome to the September 13th meeting of the City of Tampa Variance Review Board. From my left, the members of the board are
Una Johnson.
Sam Decker.
Brett Feldman,
Yes, obviously I'm very new here. Anna Walrapp.
And Aaron Murphy.
and we are excited to have Ms. Walraff joining the board as our resident architect.
Yes,
Welcome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for joining us.
glad to be here.
Also in attendance this evening from legal, we have Susan Johnson-Velez. We have from development coordination, we have Jane Madu and Mary Torres from the Tavares, right? Sorry about that. From natural resources, we have Stephen Eister, and from transportation, we have Jonathan Scott. There's some procedural rules that we will ask you to follow this evening. When your case and petitioner's name is called, please approach the podium. When you approach the podium, please state your name, your address, and if you have been sworn. You're going to hear me say this a lot. Everybody forgets to state that they have been sworn, so when you come up, state your name, your address, and confirm for us that you've been sworn. The petitioner and or their agent will have 10 minutes to make a presentation. All other persons or participants wishing to speak will have 3 minutes, and then the petitioner will have an additional 5 minutes for rebuttal if needed. The time periods as stated will be kept by the board. Any information such as pictures or plans that have not been previously submitted as part of your petition and that you intend to present at this hearing for consideration in support of your petition must be individually presented and accepted by the board. After acceptance by the board, you must submit the item to staff for it to be entered and made part of the permanent record. The board bases its decision on competent and substantial evidence which is presented and which meets the criteria required by the city's code of ordinances. Please be sure to clearly state your hardship criteria during your presentation. A majority of the board is needed to approve your variance. The variance granted by the board will be only for what is shown on the site plan and will be in compliance with any terms and conditions stated in the approval by the board. All other city codes will need to be met. If the case is approved, your variance will expire 2 years from the date of the decision. If the case is continued, it will be continued to either the next month's VRB board agenda or the next available position on an upcoming VRB board agenda. If the case is denied, you may wish to have the variance review board's decision reviewed by the City Council. You must file a petition for review of the board's decision within 14 days of the written decision. You will not be able to pull any permits until after 14 days of review period has passed. Your cooperation in ensuring that this meeting is run smoothly is greatly appreciated. Can I have a motion from the board for approval of the meeting minutes from the August variance meeting?
I move that the August variance meeting minutes be approved.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor of approval of the meeting minutes from August, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Minutes have been approved. At this time, I will ask legal staff to confirm whether there are any ex parte communications or conflicts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. At this time, I would ask any of the board members if any of you have had any ex parte communications with anyone about any matter that's on the agenda for this evening, if you would please signify it. Thank you. And is any board member aware of any conflicts of interest that you have with respect to any item that's on the agenda this evening? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, staff, are there any changes to the agenda that need to be addressed this evening?
No.
All right, then at this time, I would ask a staff member to conduct the swearing in. For the members of the audience, if you plan to speak tonight, if there's a chance you might speak tonight, if there's a possibility that you might need to contribute or speak about a petition this evening, please stand and be sworn so that we don't have to do this later on when you decide you need to be sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that you would tell the whole truth and nothing but the
Thank you very much, Ms. Madhu.
All right. Good evening. The first case before the board tonight is VRB 2268. This is addressed at 427 Erie Avenue. The property owner is Charles Cobb, and the variance request is to remove a grand tree in order to build a pool. The code section in reference is section 27-284 for the standards and criteria for the removal of a grand tree. This is an aerial showing the subject property in the highlighted dash. It is in the Central Tampa Planning District. It's an interior lot. It is zoned RS60. And this is the proposed site plan that the applicant has provided, showing where the proposed pool and spa are intending to go in the rear of the property. They have also provided alternative site plans. This is the first alternative plan showing a pool of 9 by 10, and a second alternative plan showing a pool of 6 by 9. This was reviewed by right-of-way and found consistent with no comments. Natural Resources reviewed and had the following comments. Natural Resources has reviewed the above reference project with respect to landscaping, tree removal, and site clearing regulations of Chapter 27. Natural Resources finds the VRB site plan consistent with conditions. To move the pool outside the protective radius of the 2 live oaks in the rear yard would lead to over 70% reduction of the pool size. The proposed plan does remove the C8 grand live oak, but leaves ample space for the 24-inch live oak to continue to grow. The grand tree would have to be mitigated in accordance with the tree table at the time of construction. Transportation review was not required. These are the pictures that the applicant has provided showing the tree in question. We received 1 letter of objection, which I have passed across to the board. We received no letters of support, and staff did not provide any memo in regards to this review. The code section in reference, again, is section 27-284 for the determination of the variance request before you. If you have any questions, Stephen Eister will be available to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Madhu. I do have a question for legal. Ms. Johnson-Velez, I cannot recall ever doing a tree removal variance for a pool. Can you tell us if it is reviewed in exactly the same manner as with a home?
I'll let, if I could, Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department, since staff reviewed the
Fair enough.
request.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Stephen Eiser with Natural Resources. There have been variances for pools. A home is a little different because you want to be able to build a house on the property. Pools are not always guaranteed by right for the property. So when I looked at the overall neighborhood, we kind of evaluate, is this the only pool in the neighborhood? Every house in this neighborhood along this street does have a pool. So we feel, from a natural resource standpoint, if everybody has one, they're kind of given that ability. The other part was, too, the tree is marginal. It's a C8 condition. If it was a C9, it wouldn't be here. And structurally, it's not as good as the 24-inch tree. So I didn't want to lose the structurally more sound tree to try to readjust the pool and reconfigure the shape. It's kind of natural resources.
I appreciate that. I was really just asking if we need to review this in the same fashion under the rule as we would other properties. What you told us is very helpful, but I just wanted to know if the rule is applied in the same fashion to a pool as it would be to a home or a different structure.
I think that's really up to your guys' overall decision. For Grand Tree, what they need to do is show the reconfiguration of plans. If you guys don't like that, or you don't like the idea of the pool, that's up to your guys' decision. I can't, as city staff, deny their rights to a pool.
Okay, thank you.
That I would like to see that site plan again that shows the home, if that's possible.
And this is just,
The first one.
yeah.
Okay, so this is a new home, it's not existing. It's a proposed home.
Well, this has already been built. This is a new home, but it was, the permits were approved in 2001, last year, 21,
Okay,
2021.
so is it under construction or is it already,
You'll probably hear a lot of this in the presentation.
okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I just wanted to get a question up front for staff, and if you have any questions for staff, now's the time, then we'll get the presentation, and there'll be
Okay.
time for questions.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you. Okay. Is the petitioner here? Come on up, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Good evening, board members. My name is Eric Hughes. Property address is 427 Erie Avenue, and I have been sworn in. I was going to keep this brief. I don't have a lot to add to the presentation. I feel like it's pretty straightforward. A few things I did want to point out, and to answer your question, yes, it is a new home under construction, not yet completed, so midway through construction. And I wanted to point out, where I'm coming from too, as a builder. I've had my home building business for 6 years, and I worked for my father's company 2 years prior, and I've never even applied for any sort of variance before this body, much less, not even a tree. So this lot presented a unique challenge. It's already a narrow lot. The lot's only 55 feet wide. We have to build, a little deeper. And the oak in question at the rear right is set into the property such that only with the current house plans, the only pools that could be built are, I believe, like 9 feet long or something like that, which would render them essentially not pools, unusable. I'd like to note the side of the property that we propose the pool to go on, which would require the tree removal, is the right side. As you know, the rear building setbacks in the city are 20 feet. That side of the home, the rear of the home, already sits about 58 feet from the rear property line, and we still don't have room for a pool. So the house would have had to been designed very, very, very short of the rear setback to allow for a pool. In fact, we're already almost 3 times the rear setback existing, and we still can't fit any sort of reasonable sized pool. And as Ms. Madhu mentioned, pretty much every home in the neighborhood does have a pool. That is all I wanted to go over tonight.
Okay. Does that complete your presentation this evening?
Yes.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak about this petition this evening? All right. If you could step aside and let this gentleman come on up. Please state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Bob Whitmore, 3111 Hawthorne Road. I am the founder and executive director of City Tree, which is a tree activist group, Citizen Action Committee. We were not expecting this to be here tonight, to see another grand oak coming down. It sort of blindsided us. And after listening to the petitioner, I have to cry foul. If there were pools at every house in the neighborhood, I would suspect that they may have thought about putting a pool in when they built the house. I'm just assuming, that's just me. But suddenly the house begins to be constructed, and then they decide that they need a pool, and they've got to take down a grand oak to put the pool in. Now, this sets a very dangerous precedent for grand oaks in the city of Tampa. You can start a house, and then suddenly you can want a pool, and then suddenly the grand oak comes down. The only saving grace here is I respect Stephen immensely, and the fact that it's a C makes it a little less difficult to accept it. However, a well-taken-care-of tree can become a bee. Just because you're sick doesn't mean you get cut down. If these people move into this house and they want to keep that grand oak healthy, they can put time into keeping that grand oak healthy. I oppose this. I oppose putting in a pool after the fact when a house gets started and a grand oak comes down because everybody in the neighborhood has a pool. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak about this petition this evening? All right, seeing none, I will open it up to board members' questions for the petitioner, questions for the audience member who spoke, or questions for city staff.
I have a question for the applicant. So the gentleman who spoke from the audience raised a similar question to the one that I had written down, which is, so my understanding is that your company is the one who, decided to construct this home. Did you intend to build a pool? Did you consider building a pool?
Yeah, so we do not have pool plans initially. And I'm glad you asked because I did want to address that. It is a spec home for sale, and we do have buyers who wish to put a pool now. So that is it. The intention was not, as he stated, to play foul and to try to squeeze it in last second and try to show a hardship that shouldn't have been. Like I said, you have never seen me here before. Previous board members in 8 years have never seen me here before. That's not what I do. But I also am a home builder, so, and I'm not being misleading by saying a tree in this, on a lot like this, so far into the property like that, does create a unique challenge to design a home with the, amenities and the size that, the buyers expect in this neighborhood. So does that answer your question?
Yep, it does, thank you.
Did you have a question?
Well, I was just going to ask about the impervious versus unpaved here. What's your percentage? Because there is not much other than that area where you're proposing the pool.
Let's see, I believe. So without the pool, the existing permit, it looks like without the pool, we're at 48.6 impervious. So with the pool, and of course the water area doesn't count towards the impervious, if we do go over, we would have to, install an underground ADS drainage system. But without the pool, we are under the 50% right now.
Thank you.
So, does anyone else have questions before I ask one? I'm going to ask a question similar to what was asked previously. I mean, if your position is that all the other houses in this neighborhood have pools, why wasn't that part of the planning process at the start? Why not build a smaller house? And I heard you talk about the amount of setback that you had, the 3 times the amount of setback. So if you wouldn't mind talking just a little bit so that we can understand. That's the question we're being asked. That's the question that's being raised. Why not, you're building the house, why not build a smaller house, put the pool in, it would fit with all the other houses in the neighborhood, and save the tree?
Well, the plan, like I said, the pool plan was not conceived or attempted to be permitted before we got under contract. So I did not plan for a pool. That is, I did not. I basically confirmed with what Ms. Madhu said, Mr. Eister said. So, I mean, that was just our plan beforehand. The application here, the petition is, I'm doing it at a request of our buyers. And to follow up on that, I guess to theorize, if it had been planned out from the beginning, the home, the original design would have had to be shrunk significantly from what it is and significantly from what, large majority of other property owners are given to work with due to how far it is onto the property.
So just to clarify the timeline, you originally bought, and then as you were building it, you found a buyer. Said buyer requested, hey, can I have a pool? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
A question. What size was the house prior to when you first bought the lot?
The original home? I don't
Square
know. It was a typical Davis Island Ranch home, so I'm gonna guess and say 1,500, 1,800 square feet. It was in poor, I would probably say, I got a peek in their unlivable condition. So it wasn't something that could have been, it wasn't something that somebody was gonna buy to live in there. You're probably familiar with that market. I believe, I don't know if it happened before or after closing, because I'm not the owner, but I saw some broken windows. So it's not something that I don't think someone would have bought to, remodel and live in there. I think anybody who bought it would have built a new home.
Okay. And what's the size that you're putting there now?
5365 living.
Okay. Are you aware of Jan Banker's proposal?
I'm not.
Jane? Thank you. Did she contact you about?
She did not. May I respond? Sure. So she did not contact me about this. This is my first time reading this email. I don't know her personally either. I will say, and I do not have a photograph of their house at the ready, but they, I believe, recently, within the last few recent years, constructed their own very large new home on their property, which I don't think they would have been able to do if they had a tree, in the same area. And I think she, presents some color here. She quote, as more and more homes are torn down willy-nilly on Davis Island to build expensive, quote, spec homes with high square footage, and it goes on to say, they either bought an empty lot or did the exact same thing for themselves. So I think that's an unfair characterization of what we're doing, a little hypocritical, frankly.
Okay, any other questions from the board for anyone? No? All right, well, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal. Address any of the questions that were raised or say anything else that you would like to say. Sure.
Yeah, again, I'll keep it quick. I'll just summarize some of the things I said already. Like I said, I do want to emphasize, I have never, this is not something I do. Some people may not believe me or something. I do not seek out to remove trees. I build custom homes and spec homes. When I look at properties to build spec homes, as this is the case, if there is too extreme a situation with the tree, I often pass on the lot. I don't go in and for a fight. The timeline of the house design, construction, contract, et cetera, pool came to be as exactly as I described it. We are keeping the 24-inch live oak. at the back left. And that is really all I have to conclude.
All right, thank you very much. With that, I will close the public hearing and, I'm sorry, we had our time for public comment earlier. So public comments are closed. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for a motion from the board or discussion if necessary.
Well, I can sympathize with your plight, but I don't necessarily agree with it. You started out with an empty lot and a home that you designed for it. And just because, I wouldn't say all of the houses have pools, some of them do, but they also might not be 5,365 square feet of house on a lot this size. I just don't see a lot of open area on it. I know you've given me the percentages, but you're gonna have to go to some heroics if you do the pool in order to make this work. And so I'm sorry, but I can't support your request.
All right, so thank you. So Ms. Walrap has started off with some discussion. Did anyone want to continue with discussion, or should we, would anyone like to make a motion?
I don't have a motion to make, but I do have a couple sort of thoughts, because I think this one might be not, I don't think we're going to have, a unanimous decision here. So, when I look at the criteria that we have to look at, I'm sort of thinking of this as kind of a hybrid. I'm considering both the hardship criteria for a typical variance, but also the criteria that, for removal of a grand tree, because this isn't, it doesn't quite fall into the grand tree removal, but it also doesn't quite fall into the variance criteria that we have. So, with respect to the grand tree removal factors, I do think that you have technically met a lot of the factors. For example, you have presented a survey that shows, the area of the tree. You've presented alternative design methods, although, as was pointed out, perhaps if this pool had been considered when the house was first constructed, that alternative design methods could have potentially saved the tree. I don't see that there are any alternative construction methods that can be used, and looking at the rest of the neighborhood is somewhat informative as to, one of the factors that we have to consider, the development pattern of accessory, buildings and structures within the same, an approximate radius of this house. On the other hand, as far as the hardship criteria is concerned, you did note that this was a particularly narrow lot. It's zoned RS 60, but it's only 55 feet wide, so the house, there is some practical difficulties that are unique to this property. Now that said, again, as was pointed out, it does appear that there are some actions on the applicant that have self-created this hardship. So I'm on the fence, although I am tending to lean in favor of permitting this grand tree removal, but I'm interested in what the rest of the board thinks.
Okay. Did you have a comment, or you want to make a motion? I saw you take out a folder, that's why I ask. I will comment similar to yours, that this is challenging. I've never seen, I know that we may have had in the past variance removals, tree removals for pools, but I've never seen one. And it's particularly challenging because while I understand the timeline that's been presented, I don't know that that really throws a tremendous amount of relevance to me when I look at the criteria for removal of a tree. The challenge that I see is that I agree that when you try and fit these factors around the facts in front of us, they fit. But the overriding concern I have is that a pool is not a right. And should we allow someone to build a brand new house and then have a pool? and that's the piece that challenges me, because I do see that the criteria in front of us can fit and can say, yep, it all fits. The problem is, does it also fit for a pool? And that's the piece that I'm struggling with.
I think that if every home in the area has a pool, then why the heck didn't you design the one that you designed to include a pool at a future date? And I see that as a self-imposed hardship. I don't see that as that having anything to do with the site, because you worked around it well for the house. You've used up, about as much as you can without some other drainage system, but the tree was always there.
And the issue that I'm facing here, that we need to keep in mind, is the criteria for our review on tree removal doesn't really include self-imposed hardships or self-created hardships.
They built a house that's too big for the lot in order to allow for,
No, I agree with you, but I'm looking at the criteria, the code criteria for tree removals. That's a relatively new criteria.
okay.
And so the question is, does this, and that's the question I asked off the bat to staff was, does this criteria apply when we're talking simply about building a pool? And as I understand it, it does. And if that's what we are faced with, the question is, how do we apply it? So ultimately, we can sit here all night and talk about it, but ultimately we're gonna need a motion, and Chair can't make a motion. So somebody's gonna have to make a motion one way or the other as to how this application is gonna go, and we can vet for ourselves and vote on it. But that's what's gonna have to happen here. Somebody's gonna have to make a motion, whether they agree with the petitioner or whether they wish to deny it, and then we'll vote on it and see how it goes.
I would move to deny VRB 22-68 for the property located at 427 Erie Avenue. I'm sorry, this is my first.
Yep, that's right. There's a
Okay.
script that we
Thank you.
get to use
Sorry,
for
we don't
that.
have,
Make
this
it
is
nice
this
and
all
easy
new.
for you.
For the removal of a grand tree, it be denied due to the failure of the petitioner to meet the burden of proof with regard to the 6 factors for determining reasonable use of, and set forth in section 22-284.2.5 F4 of the city code for granting tree removal, specifically that I believe that it's a self-imposed hardship, given how large the home was built on the site.
Okay. Is there a second to Ms. Walrath's motion?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of denial, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed, say nay.
Somebody else has got to make a motion.
So we have a 3-3 tie, which means we have a continuance. Okay. Does it get continued? Do we have time in the next, majority is required to approve a petition, so we don't have a majority. We have a 3-3 tie. I think it gets
Susan Johnson,
continued to
Velez
the
Legal
next.
Department. Yes, it does. Although, right now you have six board members, is that my understanding?
We have, you tell me.
Six.
This is everybody on our board, so it will not change next, unless you add some more people.
It does get continued, though. It would need to be continued unless,
Okay?
right. Oh. No, I don't think, well, I don't know that you have to reconduct the hearing, but, you would bring it back up and see if there is a 7th board member at that time, or if somebody has had a change of heart on the board.
Or
But it
if
does take-
petitioner
it does
works
take an
issues
approval.
out, or
Withdraws
is
the
able
application.
to.
There are several things that could happen, yes, that's
Okay.
correct, but it does require a
Okay,
majority vote.
so
of-
my question is this, is there time on the October, VRB, or does it need to go to a later one?
Staff is checking.
Yep, that's all right. Okay, so it's, by rule, the tie automatically gets continued to the October, what's the date?
October 11th.
October 11th.
At
Okay,
5:30.
so by rule, you're automatically continued to the October 11th hearing date. At that time, you can present new evidence to us to help us make a decision. You can try and work issues through with city, with neighbors, to see if you can resolve some of the neighbor concerns. But either way, we'll see you next month.
I'm sorry, can you just announce the time as well? Just
October 13th at 5:30.
11th.
October 11th at 5:30 PM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Badu, that was a fun start to our evening. Would you like to get us to the next one? VRB 22-70?
It's about to get more interesting.
Thank you, that's wonderful.
I have passed out additional opposition letters that we received between yesterday and today. So I think there are about 12 more. The applicant just went to use the restroom, so do we wait for him to return?
Ms. Johnson Velez, would you like us to wait for the applicant to return? Okay, we will wait.
All right. Well, you have time to view the letters. All right, the next case before the board is VRB 2270. This is addressed at 3122 West San Jose Street. It's zoned RS60. The property owner is Mobley Homes Custom LLC. And the variance request before the board tonight is to remove a grand tree to construct a new single-family residence. Again, the code section in reference is section 27-284.2.5 that has the criteria stated for the removal of a grand tree. This is an aerial showing the subject property. It is in the South Tampa Planning District. And this is a survey of the property with the previously existing house. And this is the site plan that the applicant has put forward for the proposed new home on the structure. And they have provided 2 alternative plans showing reasonable reconfiguration. And those are the 2 site plans that they provided. This was reviewed by Natural Resources, Transportation, and Right-of-Way. Right-of-Way had no comments. Natural Resources had a memo that was included in the staff report, and Transportation had no comments. They went through a formal decision to prove that they are illegal non-conforming lot because the lot is 50 foot wide as opposed to 60 for the RS60 zoning district. And they have a residential demolition permit as well. We have received no letters of support for this variance request. We have received 22 letters of objection. Some were included in the staff report, the others are being circulated at this moment. And these are the pictures of the tree in question. In the determination before you, the board shall consider section 27-284.2.5, the criteria for the approval or denying of a tree removal. If you have any questions, staff will be available on hand.
Okay. Is the petitioner here? Come on up. State your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn for us, please, and you'll have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Good evening. My name is Mark Mobley. My address is 711 West Swan Avenue. I have been sworn in. Prior to starting my presentation, I wanted to submit this package into the record. And do we have the Elmo working?
It should be working, just a button push away. There you go, look at that.
All right. Just
Awesome.
wanna Get that.
You got it right set up and everything.
It's not exactly set up.
Nice work.
All right, well, we're here tonight to discuss, or to apply for grand tree removal at 3122 West San Jose Street. The property is in Palmacia neighborhood. It's a 50 by 100 corner lot, where the original home was from 1941, located on the property. And here I've got a picture here of the original survey. I've noted here on the survey, there's several trees on the property. There's 3 specimen trees and 2 non-specimen trees. The specimen trees are a B6, 28-incher up in the front by the right-of-way. There's another B6, 24-incher in the back right corner. There's a tree we're talking about, application for removal here, which is a 43-inch tree. And then you've got a C8 tree here and a C8 tree on the other side over here. This right-of-way tree is okay. This tree is borderline hazard. The current tree is just outside of the tree removal zone. Had the tree been moved or been over 8 inches or so, we would have been in the tree removal zone. We would have been allowed to remove the tree by right without going through a variance. But since it's about this far outside of where it needs to be in the tree removal zone, you have to go through the variance review process and get approval for the tree to be removed. I have some pictures here showing the various trees on the lot. You've got, this is the front of the property and the old home that was there. It was about a 1,050 square foot home. This is one of the trees in the front that we're trying to preserve. It's a B6. We've got, there's a picture here, kind of the side of the property. Doesn't show the trees that well, but what does start to show is this is an old 1940s home, so 8-foot ceilings, not a very high pitch, and you can start to see how the canopy is over top of this house from the various trees. In particular, the one that here is in question, the spread on the tree that we're looking at is 57 to 66 feet based on the tree report that we loaded into the file. This is a picture of the property after the home was cleared off of the lot. You can better see the tree in question that we're talking about here. These branches here are the canopy that's starting to spread over. So if you're really limited in going 2-story without getting into the canopy of the tree. And you've also got power lines running through the tree. So at some point, the tree limbs start to interfere with the power lines. And as you know, TECO has the right to come out and trim the trees. So if we were to come up with a way to build around the tree, we'd be likely looking at removing some of these limbs. And then, if TECO comes out, most of the tree gets chopped off, which they unfortunately seem to do quite a bit lately. There's another picture of the tree from the side. There's the tree in question we're applying for removal. It's kind of got a V base in it. And then we've got the tree, one of the preservation trees back here in the back corner of the lot that we're trying to keep because it's really out of the buildable footprint and wouldn't impact anything in the future, such as a pool. And we got one more kind of view of the front, just kind of showing more of the same. Our proposed structure, or I guess before I get into that, our hardship is that most of the lots in this neighborhood don't have 3 or 4 trees that you've got to maneuver around. A lot of the lots will have 1 or 2, and you can kind of work your plan around that and make them fit. And I'll get later in my presentation to show you how I've done that on multiple occasions in this neighborhood. this particular lot just because of the number of trees that are on it and the preservation quality of some of the trees and the low canopy really make it difficult to design around the trees. Our footprint that we're trying to develop on this lot is a 36 by 60 foot square, which is what most of the new homes are in the neighborhood on these tight lots, because people are wanting the additional square footage, and even if you go to a 2,700 square foot home, the footprint is still kind of the same. So most of the additional square footage depends on what you do on the second floor and the design of the houses. This neighborhood has a mix of Mediterranean and traditional houses. Our plan is to put in a Mediterranean home. We want to utilize the front porch rule that's been enacted in the code for several years now, because people in the neighborhood tend to live more out of the front of their homes with the small backyards. There's a lot of neighborhood interaction. I also lived in this neighborhood for 10 years, so I have a lot of opinions about the neighborhood. I've also built a lot of houses there, and had great customers. And frankly, my wife and I wish we would have not moved out of the neighborhood because it was just a great place to live. This is just kind of a generic floor plan of what these layouts look like. You've got a family room, you've got a dining room. You're getting pocket studies now because more people are working from home. And we try and incorporate a downstairs bedroom for people who have guests or parents that visit that maybe can't navigate the tight stairs on these narrower products. We have looked at 3 different options, 2 of our own and one as suggested by city staff for what ways to redesign around the home or redesign around the trees. And so there's one of our layouts where we've looked at, putting a front load garage, this is San Jose, and putting a driveway here for the house. And the issue with this particular footprint, given that you can only have a 36-foot wide max width on these lots, you end up with about 15 feet over on this side by the time you put it in a garage, and 15 feet in the rear. And then you've got this big canopy again, that's the trees here, side or the property lines here, but then you've got 57 to 66 foot canopy that's low, so you really have a hard time building anything on the second floor here. So everything's house forward, and so you get a footprint that's about 1,300 square feet for just the downstairs of the home, which is well below the size that most of the new homes that are being built over the last 20 or 25 years in the neighborhood are. There's another design, kind of the same similar theme. We looked at side loading the cars into the garage to kind of stay out of the front, and it's a similar situation. You really end up with this shotgun format for the house where you've got 15 feet to work with to design your living space and hallways and such. The last design that we looked at was one that was suggested by Natural Resources, and they actually drew a picture of it on their report. And so we took a look at whether or not that might be viable. And it still was kind of a similar situation. You're still trying to preserve this big tree. You've got the other specimen trees staying. You're putting a detached garage over here. You've got Esperanza as a street over here, so you shift all of your outdoor living space to underneath this tree on the traffic road. And and so you just underutilize the lot. You have no real backyard at that point with their design. You still get maybe 50 to 75 feet more square feet on the living area, but you're still building a home that's well below this size and is kind of inconsistent with the new homes that are being built in the neighborhood. And I mentioned earlier, we've done this a lot in the neighborhood where we've come up with houses that have had tree issues. This one's just down the road at 3218 San Miguel, and we had a big 37-inch oak here, live oak, and we were able to design this house around it, and this house ended up being a 3,000 or 3,100 square foot home. We've got a house under construction right now, Elizabeth Court, a much bigger lot. Same thing though, 2 specimen trees, shrunk down the size of our house quite a bit to work around the trees, and made it work. And we've got a great new buyer who just moved to Tampa from Seattle, who's running one of the major businesses that just moved here. Moving in the neighborhood, it's a very desirable neighborhood. It's another one we have under construction right now, 3410 Dorchester. We've got a big live oak here, a couple more live oaks here and here and here, and we have a much bigger lot. We shrunk the house down because the lot size is so big, and we were able to redesign the house around these trees. And, you know, I can go on and on, you can show you
You
my
got
own per-
about 90 seconds left, Mr. Mobley.
Okay, well, and so, you know, we've gone through, like, the last thing I wanted to point out is just when you go back and look at the record, you know, Barbara Lynch with Land Development Coordination, she found that our request was consistent, and Transportation also found that it was consistent. Natural Resources, you know, wanted us to look at the alternative plans, and I feel like we've met that threshold in going through that effort to see what else would fit. Happy to take any questions, or if you'd like to hear from the neighbors first.
Thank you, sir. Our procedure has us asking for anyone in the audience who would like to speak about this petition. So if that completes your presentation this evening? Just
Yes, it
confirm that
does. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so if anyone in the audience would like to come up and speak, now's your opportunity. You'll have 3 minutes. Come on up.
Bob Whitmore, founder and executive director of City Tree, a citizens action group. I will start by saying TECO's taken good care of those wires without cutting down that tree for many, many years. I'd also like to begin by thanking you, the board, for your work. We are very grateful for your service to this unique and diverse city, and I apologize that your time, and frankly, my time and the time of the neighbors and citizens gathered here, has to be wasted by such a disrespectful and selfish variance request. A request that presents hardships that are, at the very best, based on misinformation, or in the worst case, just downright fraudulent. Statements of hardship contrived to deceive this board and, through you, the people of Tampa, allowing a disregard for established norms and ordinances, half-truths manufactured to help a builder overbuild on a lot he purchased, knowing far too well that the house he planned to build there could only be built if he could convince you to allow him to destroy a healthy, B-rated, legally protected grand oak. In short, self-inflicted hardship. As you will hear, this home, this monstrous mansion, this monument to greed is not consistent with other homes in the neighborhood, but would be consistent with a growing trend to overbuild on smaller lots. It is not impossible to build around this tree, as the city has demonstrated. This variance does not allow the property to be used in the same manner as other lots, unless, of course, we plan to grant variances to take down dozens of other healthy grand oaks in that neighborhood. A few days ago, our mayor made very public her support and desire for a plan of this city that includes a healthy, mature canopy. A canopy that is the envy of cities across the country and throughout the world, a protective shield against global warming that we have spent half a century growing and cultivating and protecting. A miraculous environmental achievement that is now, when we need it most, being whittled away by short-sighted and misguided builders who see nothing more than an opportunity to jam a few more square feet of house onto a lot and a few thousand more dollars into their pocket. I've been in front of this board enough times to know that a decision like this comes down to a question of reasonable use, and I will tell you there is nothing reasonable about putting a house this big on that lot in this neighborhood at this expense of a massive, beautiful, global warming reversing protected tree. But if you can't bring yourself to say no to the building, at least say no to the destruction of this grand oak. Insist on a building plan that will save this community treasure. Thank you very much.
Before our next member of the public comes up, I want to say y'all are welcome to talk about anything. You just want to come up and tell us how much you love trees. That's cool. You can talk about anything you want in your 3 minutes. But I did want to say, because we saw the letters, that we are not talking about a hardship criteria. We're talking about a reasonable use criteria. And so I just want to say the most helpful thing that folks can do is talk about the reasonable use criteria, not the hardship criteria. But again, you're welcome to talk in your 3 minutes. You can talk about anything you want to talk about. So come on up, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn, and then you'll have 3 minutes to talk about whatever you'd like.
Can I ask you why it's not being considered on the hardship criteria? Because that's what we read in the Excella.
I understand, and that's somewhat confusing, but the code criteria that we are faced with this evening is section 27 which are we on? 284.2.5 F for, the standards are those that apply. And if you need a copy of that, I'm sure city staff can provide that for you. But those are the criteria that we have to rely upon for our decision this evening. That's why I say, to the extent it's most helpful to us, if folks want to address that criteria, that's
Well,
what's
it's
most.
too late now. I mean, we've already written our statements. We based it on hardship because that's what was in Excella.
I understand, and again, you're welcome to talk about anything that you want to talk about this
Well, I
evening.
have a prepared statement.
Okay.
My name is Lorraine Perino. I live at 604 Ontario. I'm a lifelong Tampa resident. Good evening. During this time of devastating global climate change, the city of Tampa should be preserving its old-growth trees. On July 7th, 2022, the National Weather Service issued a rare warning to Tampa residents that the heat index that day would rise to 110 Fahrenheit and urge residents to stay inside. Despite the climate change alarm bells going off daily, this builder is petitioning the city for permission to destroy one of Tampa's most essential and valuable trees, a healthy 57-foot grand oak, which is not even in the buildable area. So he can build a 3,500 square foot McMansion and increase his profit margin considerably. Mobley Homes cannot honestly claim the hardship that building a house on the lot would be impossible, so he instead asserts that by removing this grand oak would allow the property to be used in the same manner as other lots of the same size in the area. The obvious counter to this false claim should be that other lots of the same size do not contain a healthy 50-foot grand oak, 57-foot grand oak growing in their side yard. Mobley is not being denied use of the property. Constructing a building that is slightly reduced in size or detaching the garage, as the city arborist recommended, would allow the builder to build his McMansion while preserving this gem of a grand oak for future generations. The builder also falsely claims that by removing this healthy grand oak, the rights of others are not compromised or injurious in any way to the public health, safety, and general welfare. But he completely disregards the serious adverse effects on the entire area if the grand oak is removed. A, the dramatic rise in the neighborhood's heat index resulting from the loss of shade and cool air. The deterioration of air quality resulting from the loss of pure oxygen that this tree pumps out daily. The increase in air pollution, street flooding, loss of native wildlife. The builder falsely states that the proposed variance is in harmony with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This claim is directly refuted by the urban forestry section of the comp plan, which states, tree canopy is a vital community and environmental asset that is appreciated and desired by residents and you and established neighborhoods alike. The protection and supplementation of this tree canopy is a necessity in order to sustain the resource and maintain the environmental effects, such as cooler temperatures that the mature canopy provides. And the 2011 urban forest analysis states, unlike other public infrastructure components, properly planted and maintained trees increase in value over time. As a local civic body, VRB, your charge is to promote the general welfare of Tampa's entire community, which includes protecting Tampa's old-growth trees. Conversely, the VRB bears no responsibility to assist builders who wish to increase profits by building huge McMansions while they destroy our tree canopy and natural ecosystems. In this age of catastrophic climate change, Tampa city government should strive to protect and preserve its grand trees precisely because of all the health benefits that trees provide to every living thing, and because by protecting our grand trees, we also protect our own good health. Please vote no to this petition and vote instead to preserve one of Tampa's most beautiful old-growth trees, grand oaks. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next, if you'd like to come up, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn for us, and you'll
Well-
have 3 minutes.
Well, I have not been sworn, but also you've really thrown us all a curveball because nowhere was it available to the public to know that reasonable use was the format. So I've got these handouts for y'all. I don't know who I give these to. I have 11 citations from the comp plan. I'm going to go ahead and give them to you, but that's what I was going to speak on, but now I find out that that's not.
Let's go
what you're
ahead and
gonna
get you
consider.
sworn in.
So I want you to, you
Sure.
can see the handouts.
Is there anyone else in the audience who hasn't been sworn this evening? Let's go ahead and, if you haven't been sworn, and again, if there's a possibility that you might speak this evening, please stand to be sworn, and then,
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that you will tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
okay, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn. You'll have 3 minutes to talk this evening.
My name's Carol Ann Bennett. I live at 4116 West Santiago. I'm a lifelong resident of South Tampa,
And you confirm that you've been sworn.
and I have been sworn.
Sorry, it's a silly thing because we saw you get sworn in, but we have
Start my
to.
time over, please.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Reasonable use. That house that was torn down was built in the 1940s. That means someone lived there for 80 years. I would argue that that is obviously very reasonable use if a family could live there for 80 years. It does not have to be a gigantic house to be reasonable use. There are no surprises about this lot. The person who bought it is a professional. He knows the code, he knows the law. He knew the tree was there. If the tree did not suit, if the lot did not suit his desire, the type of house he wanted to build, then he should not have bought it. No one held a gun to his head and made him buy a house that was too small or had a protected grand oak that would prohibit him from building what he wanted to build. The natural resources have found this inconsistent. They even showed a proposal with a detached garage that is a reasonable use that can be built on that property. A gigantic house like that on a tiny little lot looks absurd. Honestly, it reminds me of a fat man riding a unicycle. We need to keep the character of the neighborhood. There are many homes in that neighborhood that are a more reasonable size for a reasonable lot, and they all have reasonable use. There were some other things I was going to say, now I've forgotten what they were. I'm sorry.
You still have about 90 seconds.
You
so
guys
take
have
your
really,
time. It's all right.
really thrown us a curveball here. I had a lot of stuff prepared. I did want to point out that I got this slide from Gina Grimes from Lee County versus Sunbelt Equities. It has never been the law that a landowner is always entitled to the highest and best use of his land. You'll hear that a lot, that they are entitled to it, but the fact is that isn't true. They're entitled to a reasonable use. The same reasonable use that the house was, the lot was used for the last 80 years. Put a normal size, appropriate size house on that lot, just as the builder knew would be the requirement before he purchased it. An arborist did a study on that lot in January and said that the tree was very healthy. So there's no surprises here. I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening. We appreciate it. Next, come on up, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Pamela Jackson Haney, I've been sworn. Oh, address 3014 West Harborview Avenue.
Great, go ahead.
So I can use, before my time starts, I just want to use this Elmo. Do you mind if I, or
Go
what
ahead.
is this
You can use
called?
the Elmo.
Can you cover all this white space? It's my first time using it.
Yep, go
All right.
ahead.
Okay,
We can
thanks.
see that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just want to put these on here really quick. And I guess this one, but it's going to be sideways, but.
That's all right.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm ready. This tree should be and needs to be saved. And not one, but two respected arborists agree. Months ago, I received notice that a variance for the removal of a grand tree on San Jose had been applied for. It was a 43-inch live oak, not a 50-inch live oak, as the developer states in his hardship request, and it's rated B6. Most trees I have heard about and the giants around my house are C-rated, so I needed to see this B-rated tree. I ran over there to look at it, and I wasn't disappointed. It's a beauty. And fortunately for all of us residents of Tampa, I come to find out the tree was outside of the tree removal zone on the side of the property. In fact, the tree leans toward the street and away from the property. If you stand under the tree, you will realize the canopy is quite high. The mitigation value of that one tree is 16 trees. The developer knew that the tree was on the lot when he bought it. When looking at various options, he states that it is not possible to build a home on the property that is consistent with other new homes being constructed in the area. Most of the homes on that block are the old homes that Paul Messia is known for. This developer built 3 new houses on the block that I know of. He has a very cookie-cutter approach to building, and that's fine because it works for his business model. But it doesn't work on a lot like this with a beautiful, healthy, grand live oak outside the tree removal zone. In fact, both respected arborists say the developer could build a house there with conditions. The city arborist even showed how that can be accomplished with a simple sketch, and I'm guessing he doesn't have the expensive software the developer has access to design his own homes. I also want to point out the house right here around the corner is an L shape that accounts for a beautiful grand oak that actually leans over the house. Also, the developer repeatedly states that he is saving a tree on the property. I want to point out again that he isn't saving any tree on the property. The tree he's speaking of is on the right-of-way, and he's not allowed to touch that healthy tree, as far as I know. That tree belongs to the city. Tampa needs thoughtful building now more than ever. This is an opportunity for the builder to think outside the big box McMansion mentality, and he will still make a handsome profit. He bought the lot at an incredibly decent price in one of the most expensive neighborhoods in the city. There is a new tree report coming out soon that will show our tree canopy has significantly diminished due to all the building going on. School districts are in the process of being redrawn due to this big building boom. Some may say that's progress, and that's fine, but let's have smart progress. Let's keep Tampa the city of trees. Let's begin by saving this grand tree and require the developers in our city to work extra hard to build smart to save every tree possible from now on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, come on up next.
Is there any way we can find out the criteria for the code that you said that we didn't know about?
Ms. Madhu can give you a copy of the code.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Name, address,
My
sworn.
name's I was sworn in. My name's Allison Date, 2403 West Chicago.
Thank you very much.
I think that the decision made today by this committee will have a significant effect on the future of Tampa's canopy. And I'm going to explain why. There's a new state law, SB 518, new state tree law, and it clearly defines how landowners, arborists, and tree cutters are all responsible for following the laws, and if not, they will be fined. The Tampa Tree Code has additional requirements for saving trees based on the tree's location on the lot, especially small lots. And this was created with developers to streamline the permit process, so there wouldn't be so many people coming here. This tree met those requirements. This is a healthy grand live oak, which was confirmed by 2 arborists. The tree lies in the tree protection zone. It was not in that area. If it was not in that area, it would already be gone and we wouldn't be here today. But the developer, and finally, the developer needs to create an alternative plan that preserves that tree, not pretend that that's something that can't be done. The lot was purchased with 2 grand live oak trees on it, and the developer knew he would have to come here today for permission to remove at least one of those trees if he planned to have a larger house footprint. This tree is being described as a hardship by the developer with a tone of expected entitlement for his request. He believes that the variance board will allow him to cut down this tree. And I hope hardship is going to be, this whole hardship thing is going to be considered anyway. If the variance is allowed, then all future developers will be able to make the same request. Tampa's tree code will be useless, and the Tampa tree canopy will be gone. If the tree is preserved, then Tampa has a chance of saving at least some of the grand trees. There are still many that don't meet these requirements, and there are also many that are taken down because people don't follow the law. But all builders need to understand that if the grand oak is on a property they purchase, they may not claim it to be a hardship. They may have to build around it, and that is the case today. Don't buy a lot with a grand oak unless you want to take responsibility for it. Voting against this variance sends that message to the community. Please vote to save this grand tree. The decision made here today by this committee will have a significant effect to the future of Tampa's tree canopy. Thank you very much.
Come on up, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn.
My name is Sandra Pappas, 3118 West San Jose, and I live two houses over from this lot.
And you've been sworn.
The neighbor
And
next,
I'm sorry, and you've been sworn.
I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
The neighbor adjacent to this lot is not here tonight, unfortunately, but just a little backstory. He did offer to buy this house, retain the house as is, and was outsmarted by this builder, I believe. I do oppose the removal of this Grand Oak. I love our neighborhood. We've lived there 25 years. We have a similar sized lot, a small craftsman-style house. Palmacia has charm. It has brick-lined streets. It has canopies that drape over the streets that provide shade that are slowly disappearing. You've heard the argument about climate change. It helps with irrigation. It helps with shade. I seek shade every time I'm walking in this neighborhood, and there's less and less shade that we're seeing. You've heard the analogy of the frog in the boiling water. He doesn't know to jump out until it's too late. And that's what's happening in South Tampa. We're the frogs, and we're slowly turning into a cookie-cutter community. We have 3 Mark Mobley homes on our street, 3. And where does it end, honestly? We met with the builder to express our concerns. This lot was purchased and sold knowing a Grand Oak had lived there for a long time. And the assumption was that it would be approved. In our meeting, we heard it's relatively easy to get out a Grand Oak, a stately Grand Oak at that. It was also said if the variance board doesn't approve, it gets pushed to city council, and city council always lets them come out if someone comes up with a reasonable use on a 50 by 100 foot lot. Is removing a Grand Oak for a 3,400 square foot reasonable use? There's no hardship here. Obviously, that's a moot point now for whatever reason I don't know. It's an inconvenience to the builder. A house can be built to work around the tree. And additionally, there was a complete lack of regard when the house was torn down. There was 2 city visits at least, someone could probably verify, to stop the destruction of the house because there was no barrier built around the tree. A vehicle just jamming all around the tree without a barrier fence. So complete lack of regard. It wasn't until a few city visits that they finally put up a little fence. So I do oppose the removal of this Grand Oak and ask the board to put an end to this slow boil happening in our neighborhood. And I'd also like to add the comment about borderline hazard for the tree on the side. That is a shared tree with the neighbor who's not here, who offered to buy this property. And the arborist report said that tree cannot be pruned unless it's approved by the neighbor. So I heard that will have to come down also, likely, and that should not happen as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Bryant, 1903 South Bendel Trail. I have been sworn in.
Terrific, thank you.
Just yesterday, Mayor Jane Castor was quoted as saying Tampa is known for having one of the best tree canopies in the nation and in the world. She made it clear the importance of protecting the city's tree canopy. Mayor Castor stated, what we have also taken on is to educate the community, educate business, educate developers on the importance of our tree canopy, but also the rules as they apply to what permits you need, what trees can be taken down, and which ones are illegal to destroy. Grand Oaks. Clean air, less stress, less crime, beautification to an area are some of the benefits stated by Krista Morita in the article. Also, drainage is an important benefit that we desperately need to look at in South Tampa, and shade from the heat. Esperanza, the shade would be perfect for children playing on or a porch area for entertaining on the side where Esperanza is, which he, I guess, stated was a heavily traffic street. It is not. It's a side street. Other than people walking dogs and people pushing strollers, that's basically the only traffic on it. Mobley homes have not been consistent with the feel of Palmacia. The new homes are inconsistent with the neighborhood, and the tree was there when he bought it. The proposed building, and on the code, which I just reviewed shortly, Part B, the proposed building can be reasonably reconfigured, and Part E, there is no cost involved to do that. The City of Tampa arborist is against the tree removals. He does not see any reason for that the tree should be removed. He even sent a drawing of a new home to the builder that can be built on the lot, leaving the tree intact. Mobley can reasonably build a home on the lot without destroying the tree and without any cost. Mobley prematurely tore down the home on the property, assuming he could build a large home on the lot. And while doing this, Mobley had no protection designating or fencing around the tree. Mobley bought the home well below market value without it going on the market. Mobley could sell the lot for more than he purchased the entire lot and home. I am a real estate broker. I know this. I have several people that would have bought the home as is to live in for more than Mobley paid for it. And by the way, I have 13 oak trees on my lot, and I live just 3 blocks away. It is not a hardship having oak trees on your lot. We ask that you please deny the destruction of this beautiful tree. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up, state your name, your address, confirm you've been sworn.
Yes, Stan Murphy, 4214 West Beachway Drive, and I was sworn in earlier. I live in Beach Park. I don't live in this particular neighborhood, but Beach Park is experiencing the same thing. In just the last year, I can't tell you how many huge grand oaks have been taken down. 5 of those were within 3 lots of where we live. And the difference in the canopy, just walking around the block that we normally walk around in with my grandkids, it's gotten noticeably hotter in just the last year. And I'm talking about one of these grand oaks was, it was the biggest tree I've ever seen, I think, in person. It was a double tree, and it was kind of in the middle of the lot. But what's unusual about tonight is I'm used to, when I'd call the city about these trees coming down, they said, well, they have an arborist report that is, I think, a D9 or a D10, which I believe is a very unhealthy tree. None of these trees I've seen cut down were unhealthy. I mean, I videoed 2 of them. It took them all day to take these trees down. There wasn't an unhealthy limb that they cut anywhere. So but I'm just saying, this is a problem in all of South Tampa. It's a huge problem in Beach Park. This does not seem like a reasonable use on this lot to me. It's 50 foot wide. How big a house do you expect to put on a 50 foot wide lot? Plus, he knew about it when he bought the lot. So I don't know how that's reasonable to take down a 50 or 60 foot span, very healthy live oak, and just because you want to put a bigger house. He knew that when he bought the lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you know the drill by now, name, address.
Yes, so my name is Megan Leibel, and my address is 3119 West Palmyra Avenue, and I have been sworn in. So my other neighbors have made some great points, so I'll just chime in on a couple of things here. A lot of my notes were about the hardship, which I guess we're not reviewing, but I would just like to reemphasize that nobody forced this builder to purchase this home. He knew very well that that tree existed on that lot. The house was in good condition. It was a very cute, charming home. A lot of people, myself included, would have loved to have the opportunity to purchase that if it had gone on the market, but it never went on the market, and he purchased it for well below market value. So a reasonable use, he could sell that lot empty for far more than he purchased it for right now and make money and be fine. He could also build a house a similar size to the house that previously existed on that lot, and could sell that for a profit as well. The other thing I'd like to say is that, you know, he mentioned about building a home that's consistent with the other homes being built in the neighborhood, but the homes that are being built in the neighborhood are not at all consistent with the pre-existing homes in the neighborhood. Palmacy is known for its charming traditional homes, and the new homes that are being built are these huge cookie cutter mansions that don't fit in at all. They're knocking down all the trees, and you can tell when you walk down the street. You know, I seek shade too as I'm walking and jogging through our neighborhood. You can tell where the Mobley homes start because that's where the trees end and that's where the shade is gone. It's very evident at the end of San Jose, as mentioned previously, and then in other parts of the neighborhood as well. I would also like to address the statement that he made about TICO cutting down tree limbs. They've been out there probably 3 times within the past year in that very spot and haven't had to knock down the tree. And haven't done substantial damage that would cause it to be knocked down. With regards as well to the lack of regard when tearing down the home, the demolition machine wasn't just knocking all around the tree, it was knocking into the tree, which may have been done purposely so that he would have better reason or better argument to say this tree is damaged and I'd like to knock it down. So there were multiple days of the demolition machine knocking into that tree. Let me see. So I would just like to reiterate that he can still make a substantial profit in two ways without knocking down that tree. He can sell the empty lot for a big profit over what he paid for it, and he could also build a smaller home that would have reasonable use for many small families in the neighborhood to move into. So that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you very much. Come on up, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been
Hi,
sworn.
yes, I'm Carol Camisa. I live at 3409 West Santiago Street in Palmacia, and I was sworn in earlier. I happen to lead the Environment and Climate Action Group for the League of Women Voters that very much supports the tree canopy as stated by the mayor yesterday. But I'm here as a near neighbor. I regularly walk my dog there because it is charming, because of the brick streets, because of the shade. And in the process of doing that, I've encountered some of the neighbors who really appreciate living there because of the character of the neighborhood. The brick streets, the shade, the modest homes. Some of the homes there, the older homes, are larger. There's quite a few that are craft, bungalow style and small, modest, but there are larger ones. But those ones, except for the ones built by Mr. Mobley, do have property around them and trees and greenery. And that's what the neighbors really very much appreciate. Now, I spent some time going through the application materials. It's not a territory that's familiar for me, but there was a use of the term justice that was very confusing to me, and how I know the definition of justice, and how I finally came to understand it was if I just put the word profit instead of justice, then it all began to make sense. And I think that's really what's at issue here. It's not with regard to anything beneficial to the neighbors or the neighborhood or the environment. And I'm asking tonight that you please refuse this request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, David Alvarado. I have been sworn in. I'm a resident at 3117 West San Jose Street. So this home that is being proposed and the tree coming down is across the street from me. I have lived in South Tampa for about 15 years, originally from Michigan, so I do know a lot about trees, see a lot of trees. It's very green. It is what attracted me to South Tampa. South Tampa is very special. It has the brick paved streets, cute houses. They're not all cookie cutter, and it has a great tree canopy. One of the great things about San Jose Street is we have a beautiful high school at the end of the road, Plant High School. We have the country club, and from this street, you can see the first tee of the country club. So in this prominent neighborhood, which, everybody wants to live in, people who live here absolutely love it. Now we have somebody come in and they buy a house, and now they want to build something that's absolutely unreasonable. The tree was there before they bought the house. There are lots of houses being built in the neighborhood. We don't need to tear down another tree. You could build anything in that spot and it would sell. As I think somebody would say, you don't even have to put anything in that spot because it will sell. That particular tree is on the side of the lot. It is not in the middle of the lot. There have been recommendations for other avenues of how they could build a home that have been recommended by the city. Of course, this tree does not pose any hazard to anyone of a building of a home or providing shade, or that homeowners will have to face the street. Well, my home faces the street too, so I don't really know how we're gonna fix that by getting rid of a tree. So the tree was always there. He bought the home. Lots of other people could have lived there. They could be living there now. There's no reason to take down this grand tree that's 50 feet tall that covers the streets. We don't have sidewalks. So people walk in the street. That's where we look for shade. So as a resident of South Tampa, and I love what's happening to this city, I love what's happening to South Tampa, I don't think anybody could complain about South Tampa, with the exception of we need to keep more of our trees. So I urge you to vote against this. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak about this petition? All right, seeing none, then I will open up for questions from the board for the petitioner, for any member who spoke in the audience, or for city staff.
I have a question for the applicant. Could you put up the site plan that you're proposing again?
I can, but before we start, I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you want to have a 5-minute rebuttal?
You will get the 5-minute rebuttal after we ask our questions. So
Okay.
if we ask our questions after your rebuttal, you get to rebut again. So you'll get the time for 5 minutes to say whatever you want to say after all the questions are.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Could you put the site plan up again?
Which one?
The proposed site plan, like what,
Yes.
if this variance is approved?
Sure. So this is the site plan here of we're showing the oranges and the footprint, and the green
Okay.
are the trees that would remain.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Could you actually put up one of the alternative site plans? That's what I have the question about.
Okay. Let me find those real quick. Do you have a preference on which one?
No.
All right.
So in the report from Natural Resources, Mr. Eister indicated that you can encroach into the 20-foot protective zone of the grand tree using a pier and lintel construction. Is that something that you looked into? Because I know that you talked a lot about how, this a house that was 15 feet wide wasn't, realistic and would mess with the flow of the house, but could we make the house a little bit wider by encroaching into that protective zone using some alternative construction methods?
Sure. So we use pier and, basically spanning the root systems on lots of homes because we work around these trees all the time in South Tampa. The main driver of that is how low the canopy is. And on this particular home, you might be able to get closer to the home to go another 5 feet in, closer to the base of the tree, which would give you a little bit more space. But the problem still remains that you're going to be running into the canopy up above it. That by right, you're allowed to span 5 feet of it by the code. But in this particular situation, it's just not a workable workaround given what you've got. I mean, the other provisions they have in the code, you can move the house back, but you've got this other specimen tree back here. You can try and pull the home forward to get further away from the tree, but you've got a specimen tree in the right of way. And so there's just a lot of trees on site to work around, where things that you might be able to do on other lots, like the examples I was showing you previously, are more difficult to do on this lot. One, because it's a 50 by 100 lot, so there's only 5,000 square feet to work with. But then two, there's trees on front, back corner, and then on the side.
Okay, and is this going to be a 2-story home that you're constructing?
Yes.
Okay.
Every new home being built in Palmacia is 2 stories. The smaller, 2-1 homes that were there from the 1910s and 20s, and then again in the 40s and 50s, that's when those stopped being built. I used to live in one of those on 3409 Granada for a long time, and they're great. I loved living there. But as my family got bigger, I couldn't have 3 boys, and in the 2-1, more space was more efficient for us.
No, I understood. I guess my question about the 2-story was just that, if it were a 1-story house, could you encroach into this protective tree zone, make the house a little bit, bigger at this 15-foot mark,
Yeah, and I think you're getting into this issue of, the original house that was there was 1,050, and it was, very similar to what Natural Resources proposed on what their layout was. So even if you get up to 1,400 or 1,500 square feet, like on this particular lot, we paid $515,000 for this lot. We're still buying lots in the neighborhood for $560,000, $575,000 a year and a half later now. So we didn't steal this lot out. This was a retiree who called us and said, "Hey, we're looking to sell," and we bought the lot from her because that's what we do. But there's just not given the land values having moved up so much, you've got to have so much square footage to spread that cost around. Because you're not going to be able to have you're not going to be able to pay $515,000 or $550,000 for a lot and then go put a smaller house on it and get 8 or 900,000 to offset it. The numbers just don't work.
And yeah, no, and I can appreciate that, but what we're charged with is not, the monetary value or, the efficiency of building a home isn't really something that we, consider. We're looking at,
But I do think it lends itself to the reasonableness of what the use is of the property, though. If you're saying, well, this is what the new standard is of what's consistent in the neighborhood and what's consistently being built, then that becomes the reasonable use of the property. You can't look back and say, well, hey, back in 1910, the use was X, now the use is Y, and, somewhere you've got to meet those two things up. And I'm certainly appreciative of the desire to, protect the canopy. When they were redoing the code and coming in with the the TRZ zone, I'm good friends with Gina Grimes. I worked a lot with her, talked with her about it, to give her what my thoughts were from a builder. Same thing with Dave Riley. I mean, we're not someone who's in trouble with taking down trees illegally. There's plenty of things that could have been done to, I see it happen all the time on these trees are just like they're talking, they're just coming down. And I don't understand why the city is letting that happen, because a lot of these trees that people are classifying, they should have to do what I'm doing. Come here, you have to prove up that it's reasonable or not, and the board votes. But people are getting, somebody for $500 to say it's a hazard, and the tree comes down, or they rate it as a C9, and and that's not what should be being done in the city, but it is. So I'm sensitive to the canopy, which is why we're willing to forego a lot of our profits to go and build homes if we can build around them. And the one house I showed you on Elizabeth Court in this neighborhood, that home, 2 doors down, they had some trees disappear, and they got more than $1 million more on that particular home than what we're doing. So, they were able to figure out a way to get a healthy tree out of there, and we just built around them.
Okay, so sort of to go back to my original question, using alternative methods, you could, widen this, this example of an alternative site plan.
Yes, you can get 5 feet closer to the tree in this into this protective root zone here, or the protective radius of the tree if you peel into it. You'd have to air spade, make sure you're not hitting any big roots that are over 2 inches and whatnot, but yes, it is possible. That's one of the approved methods.
Okay, thanks.
How big will the new house be?
I'm sorry, could you speak up?
The house that you're planning on, that you're proposing, how big will it be?
The house that we're gonna build is a 3,500 square foot home. The bottom floor is 2,160, which includes the garage.
And is that like a 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom?
It's a 4-bedroom home.
Okay.
And we built that same model several other locations in that neighborhood. Over the years, we've been very active in this neighborhood. I started my business in this neighborhood when I lived on Granada. Those were the first homes that I built, which has been, I guess, 17 years ago. It's a great neighborhood. I don't disagree with any of the people who are here to talk about the trees. It's nice to see the people show up because it is a great place to live. It's a great place to walk around, and it is a neighborhood that's going through change. You've got a lot of, older homes. Some of them can't be restored, and the land values have pushed up, and, people with families are moving more and more into the neighborhood. One, because of close to Plant High School and Roosevelt Elementary, which are the best schools in the district, and, so there's just a lot of demand there.
So do you design these homes yourselves? You have someone in-house that designs them? How does that come about?
Our home designs?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, we work with a woman named Erin Barker, and she used to work for BSB Design for a long time, and now she works for, escapes my mind what the firm is, but she does all of our plan design for us. We've used her for every home. We used to use Stacy Davis on a few homes, but he's obviously since passed. But that's how we design our homes. We try and kind of match up, and like when the code changed where we were allowed to start doing the front porches, and I know John Dingfeller really spearheaded that. That was, we felt like that was a big plus, particularly in neighborhoods like this where you're on these postage stamp lots and you're able to, push out into the front yard some with the livable space that's open air. Because that is how people in this neighborhood lived back then, and still now that's the preference.
I'm an architect.
Sure.
And when I have a site plan that I'm going to work towards, whether it's a home or a commercial building, we don't assume that we're going to be able to raise what's on that site a good architect can work around certain issues. And I guess I'm surprised that you don't have an alternate here that you're happy with, that you could do if you can't remove the tree.
Well, the question here is reasonable use by code, not whether or not we hired someone to design a home on this particular lot, which we didn't. We have, like any builder, that's building a volume of homes, we have standard plans that we're trying to use. There's a lot of obviously efficiencies in doing so. And, and so when we buy sites, we evaluate the sites, and then, we have home buyers who want certain plans or certain lifestyles, and that's what we market. We don't go and, we're not a design build firm where we're doing design build on every lot. So that's just not our setup. There's lots of builders that are, and that do a very good job of it. There's one of them sitting behind me here that was up here before, and they do an excellent job. His dad did an excellent job. And, but that's just not our model.
So this house wasn't designed particularly for this particular site?
It was designed to fit on a 50 by 100 lot, of which this whole neighborhood is comprised of those lots.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just real quick, speaking of the alternative site plans, we discussed possibly having a detached garage in the rear.
Sure.
And then moving the house to its maximum frontage, all the way up to that 16-foot canopy. And if you did that, you would actually have more home square footage, correct?
I'll put this plan up here for you, and maybe you could repeat what you said. I'm not sure if I followed.
So if you built it this way, and you wouldn't have the driveway in the front anymore, just have grass, and you could move the front of the building, I'm assuming further forward, you could come and even ask for variance.
Well, this actually shows the front setback being at the 25% reduction.
Okay.
By code, when you have these trees that you're trying to work around, you're allowed to move a home 1 foot to the left and right, if you will.
Sure.
And you can have a reduction in the front yard of up to 25%, which in this particular case would be at up to the 20-foot mark. And then you'd have some, the garage is already at the 3 feet, so you can't reduce any further back
Sure.
where the garage is at, because you won't meet the fire code. So what you're seeing here is without another variance.
Without an additional variance. I see the home next to it actually looks like about
It's actually
another
further,
4 or 5 feet forward.
It's further forward.
So you could come for an additional variance. I guess the point I'm getting at is there are other ways to make this house just as large or maybe larger, but it may not be as aesthetically pleasing.
I don't know that I agree with that. I think that, what you're suggesting is that we would have to go through another variance in order to pull the home further
That may not
forward.
have 25 people in here talking against it because you're saving the tree.
And I understand that, but I don't think what they're talking about is the standard. The standard is the reasonable use of the property, and the reasonable use is measured based on what other things, what's codified, obviously, and what other homes, what's consistent with what's being built in the neighborhood. And, I understand about the tree canopy, and, they redid the tree code, and they tried to whittle some things down, and, my view, they should have required us to plant more trees and charge us more for the tree fund contributions. But that's not what and I have, you can look through the record, I've told the city that several times, but that's not, what they decided to do. What they decided to do is, when you go and you're approved for a tree that did not, to do reasonable use, you're required what the mitigation is, and you can either do the mitigation on site or you can pay into the tree fund. And on lots like this size where you've already got a lot of trees, most of the time people are paying into the tree fund because you're not just going to put a bunch of trees on the lots that are either one, the new homeowner is going to just pull them out of there because they don't want them there, or two, the trees aren't going to be able to grow because the canopy just constricts them, kind of like in a forest. The biggest trees are there, and it's hard for the acorns to fall and to grow up because they don't get enough light. It's a hard quandary. I mean,
it is. I'm just saying there is a possibility that you could have the same square footage in this footprint.
No, there's not. Not without taking a bunch of the canopy. I mean, I don't, maybe.
Well, if you're allowed to take canopy, and then you can come over, take the other side of the canopy, and there's some piece of a tree left, and then.
That's the point. You go and you start packing up the canopy so low on this, by the time you start building up and you take a good chunk of the canopy out of the tree, you're defeating the point of trying to preserve the tree. This is the picture I was putting up there earlier that was showing when you start to go, this canopy's down here, and you can see kind of where this house is at over here. I mean, going even one story, the original house was just kind of weaved in the canopy. They clearly had trimmed the tree around the top of the roof over the years. So if I was to go 2-story here, you're starting to lop off just a huge chunk of the tree. And I mean, natural resources will tell you, if somebody goes and does that, that's effectively a taking. That's, it's a lot less expensive for the builder, because they're not having to pay the tree fund, they're not having to pay to have the tree removed. The tree just gets lopped, and you just don't want that. I mean, that's not helping the canopy. And with regard to Tico, yeah, they're still splicing up trees all over the place. Davy's not the, they're not the surgeon you want working on you.
Any other questions from the board? I have a couple. Actually, my questions are for staff. First, I'd like to ask Mr. Eister, you proposed, come on up, you proposed the alternative site plan. Was that that was your proposal?
Can you move that?
No, that's fine. Yeah, hello, Stephen Eisford, Natural Resources. So what I looked at was when I went to this site originally, there was a detached single-car garage. The footers were already existing. It is set right against the street, which is not as commonly approved anymore. But they could utilize those same footers to not increase the impacts of the trees, and then they could pick up the additional square footage in the home by not having the garage there. It's kind of where that.
Well, my question then becomes, looking at this application, I should start by saying we're a board constrained by city code. We're looking at a code. The code, one of the criteria is essentially whether Natural Resources finds the application consistent or inconsistent. What is your finding on this application?
So I'm going to stay with my finding of inconsistent. It's a single-family home or a single-family lot. It had a home there. So to me, a home is a home. That's how we consider like reasonable use. We can't really dictate the size of the home. We just have to make sure they meet the 25% green space, all those requirements. I let Mr. Mobley know about the reductions in setbacks, so they could kind of explore that option. And then I didn't see this detached two-car garage diagram till today.
No.
So.
Sorry, I thought that was coming from you.
I came up with a diagram, but it was never, I can just suggest things.
I see.
I can't be like, hey, Mark, you need to do a detached two-car, like, I don't have that ability.
Right, okay.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I needed from you. I have a question for legal, again, with the position that we are a board constrained by the city code. Legal question for you, Ms. Johnson-Velez. Some of the comments, and I've heard these before, they're very common comments. The builder bought the lot knowing that the tree was there, the tree existed. If the builder knew that the tree could preclude use when the builder purchased the lot, my question is, can we factor that into our decision this evening?
That's part of your general variance standards, but the tree code focuses you on a reasonable reconfiguration, and that's how you determine whether or not there is a hardship. You do still are constrained by the code in terms of consistency with the comp plan and things like that, but the tree code does dictate what reasonable reconfiguration encompasses, and that is what this board has to apply.
So
for
to simplify
grand tree removal, yes.
To simplify that, the answer is no, it's not really something that we should be relying
That's
upon.
contained in section 27-80, and the tree code is 27-284.2.5. And that's the criteria that's listed in your staff report.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. We're past that point. We've had our opportunities to speak.
Even if he lied about the number of bedrooms?
Folks, I'm sorry, and if we can't stick, we have rules, we have our rules that we have to stick with. If we can't stick with them, we're gonna have to ask folks to leave. So I appreciate that passions run high over these things. I appreciate that people feel strongly about them, but we have our procedure. We'll be here all night, and we'll have no time for the variances that come after if we don't stick with what we've got. So, are there any other questions from the board for the applicant, for folks in the audience, or for city staff?
I have a question of the applicant.
Okay.
Okay, so the website for this does say it's a 6-bedroom, 4-bath home. Which one of those is correct?
I have the plan here. I mean, I don't know what website you're looking at.
It has the rendering of the front of the house that you shared with us.
Again, that doesn't tell me what website that is, though.
Oh, there's several of them.
I can show you the actual floor plan for the house, we can count, I mean, if I misspoke on that, I'm happy to put it up here. I put it in the record, the plan, I believe. You know, when I introduced the record, so you're also welcome to refer to it there. But, you know, the first floor here, you know, we put this room here and, you know, it's labeled as kid's den on this particular plan. Doesn't have a closet. I think a closet is what generally denotes it as would be a bedroom, based on most standards. And then up here you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms, and then this is labeled as an exercise room for the folks who would like to buy this home, who also live in the neighborhood. So I guess arguably the exercise room could be a 5th room. If you put a closet in the den's room, I think by most standards that would make it 6, but that's not how this plan is currently set up, and it has already been submitted for a permit. So it's been at this exact plan.
Okay.
So it wasn't my intention to mislead you regarding the bedroom count. I mean, the issue is just really boils down to, you know, whether or not this is the plan we've applied for, can it reasonably be reconfigured to get the same thing on the lot or not and preserve the tree?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Going once? All right, Mr. Mobley, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
All right, well, I appreciate everybody taking the time to do this. I know you guys are here late night some nights, and I appreciate the neighbors, you know, taking time out of their schedule to come and talk about, you know, an issue that is a real issue for our city, particularly as it grows. With regard to our particular project, we do have this home under contract with someone who lives in the neighborhood and who's lived in the neighborhood for a number of years, and they're just, you know, trying to build a new home. And, you know, when we looked at what the floor plan is that we're trying to do, which is, you know, this one that we've been talking about all night, you know, and showing on the lot, I mean, we think that the reasonable use is to be allowed to build the home that we've proposed, you know, preserve the right-of-way tree, preserve the 24-inch B6 tree in the back, and preserve this C8 tree. And we think that, you know, and then whatever happens with this tree, that'll be between us and the neighbor. If they want us to pier and lintel over that, we will. If not, then, you know, we'll work that out with them. But I think that provides the most reasonable solution for, you know, reasonable development on the lot. Again, we've built other homes on the street. They're a very similar footprint. They're smaller. One of them's smaller. The other one, I don't remember how big it is. And there's another one, a double lot or a lot and a half. And so, you know, this would be pretty consistent with what we've been building in the neighborhood, what other people have been other builders have been building in the neighborhood. You know, we've worked really hard on the other lots, like this one down the street, where we've, you know, worked around trees previously, and, you know, we're able to figure out a way to build a home that, you know, worked for our customer and worked for the neighborhood and worked for preserving the tree. And unfortunately, on this particular lot, because there's 3 trees on it that are significant, it just isn't a place that we were able to get to. Yeah, I think that concludes my presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. With that, I will close the public hearing and open up for a motion from the board, or discussion if necessary, but motions are preferable.
Do a motion.
Okay.
I move that the variance request for case VRB, this 22-70 for property located at 3122 West San Jose Street for removal of a grand tree be denied to the failure of the petitioner to meet the burden of proof with regard to the 6 factors for determining reasonable use as set forth in section 27-284.2.5 F4 of the City Code for granting tree removal for 3 basic reasons. This is a newly constructed home for a single-family residence. I do believe there are reasonably able to reconfigure a single-family home on this lot. You've seen some examples from Natural Resources and your options. The tree that's 50 inches is protected. This is the character of the neighborhood. Removing this tree detracts from that character. And the third that, cannot deny is that we have 22 letters of opposition, and I believe there were 10 people that came tonight to also oppose this, so that cannot be ignored. And those are the reasons for denial.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. All right, is there need for discussion on this motion?
I just want to say one thing. When you tell me you've got standard models that you use on the lot, no matter what the lot looks like or has on it or what size it is, that disturbs me, because this is not, you've got a tree here, you've got to deal with it. You can't just stick one, model A, B, or C there and expect that the neighborhood is going to be okay with it. And I'm disappointed that was your answer to that question, because you sound like you didn't even look at something else that would have maybe eased some of this concern.
Well, since we're discussing, I will say that I'm struggling with this one. I appreciate the builder's position. I appreciate all the folks that come out. Taking down trees is probably one of the most challenging issues that we deal with for this board, because we all see the value of trees to our neighborhood. We all see the benefits. Personally, we all walk on our streets at times. We all drive through the neighborhoods. We all experience the benefits of these trees. But we are also constrained by the rules that are before us. And to the extent that we look at these rules and see the impact on a reasonable use, you cannot say, we do not have the ability to say, a builder knew about this tree and bought the lot anyway. It would be great if we could turn every lot we had in this neighborhood into a park, and all enjoy the benefits of the trees. But sometimes the trees have to come down because people have property rights, and trees unfortunately don't. But that said, in this case, Natural Resources finds this application inconsistent. And I do see alternatives here that are viable. I see an alternative that would allow moving this up and creating additional space, moving it up closer to the other trees. So again, I'm really struggling with this. I see both sides, and I frankly, it could go either way for me. But I don't know what other people on this board have to say about it, but
since it's come up multiple times, builders buying a lot and building something and that being the reason why they can't build is because they knew the tree was there. Does that go away if the homeowner that lived in the home for 50 years decided that the home was no longer suitable for their family? They've had a set of twins, they need to grow a larger home, and they're here asking for the tree removal. Does that make it less egregious? I don't think so. People are allowed to build and develop their lots as they see fit, whether they've been there for 50 years or whether they've owned it for 6 months.
all right. Any other comments, discussion before we go ahead and vote? All right. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion to deny, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right. Motion to deny is approved. If you wish to appeal to city, thank you, but that's not what we're here for. If you wish to appeal to city council, you have 14 days from the issuance of the written denial to appeal. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Why don't we take 5 minutes while people clear out, since we're gonna be waiting anyway. let's go ahead and get back on. We're on 2279?
Yes.
Okay.
The next case before the board is VRB 2279. This is addressed at 2021 East Okaloosa Avenue. The property owner is Dario Rodriguez. This is zoned RS50, and the request is to remove a 33-inch grand tree and a 27-inch grand tree for the purpose of construction of a new single-family residence. The code section in reference is section 27-284.2.5 that has the criteria for the removal of a grand tree. This is an aerial showing the subject property. It is a corner lot in the USF Institutional Planning District and is located at the intersection of East Okaloosa Avenue and North 22nd Street. This property was originally one lot of about 100 by 100, and it was split into two. It was, well, originally platted as 3 25-foot lots and 1 30-foot lot, but then they combined it into one, and then the property owner split it into 2 RS50 lots of 50 by 100. And this was done through a certification letter. This on the left-hand side, you have the site plan with the proposed plan that the applicant is putting forward for their single-family residence. The proposed plan does not have a garage, so they would need to maintain an 18-foot driveway, and transportation can speak to that if you have any questions. And on the right side, we do have a floor plan that the applicant has put forward for the proposal of the proposed plan for this new single-family residence. He has provided alternative plans as well to show reasonable reconfiguration in order to save the 2 trees, or to show that it's impossible to save the 2 trees. This was reviewed by right-of-way and found consistent with no comments. It was reviewed by Natural Resources and found inconsistent, and this Natural Resources memo was attached in your staff report. This was also reviewed by Transportation and found consistent with no comments. These are pictures showing the subject property, and the trees are in the far end at the rear of the lot. The 2 trees in question. And here you're seeing the trees up close, and he's showing dimensions, I guess, to show how much house he could potentially put on the site. And in the picture to the right, you see the tree that is in front of the property. We received no letters of objection or support for this variance request. And if you have any questions, well, prior to that, the criteria for the approval or denial of the variance request before you is section 27-284.2.5 that has the criteria for the removal of a grand tree. And if you have any questions, staff will be available on hand.
Do you have a question? Actually,
Sure.
I have 2 questions. I don't see an arborist report in this. Was there an arborist report provided?
No, we were not provided with that.
Okay. Second question, I notice again, and this is maybe not one you can answer, but maybe one that you just need to look into. I notice again that we've got in the application the statement of hardship as part of the application. We're probably going to need to look into making sure that the right rules.
So when they fill out the application, sometimes they do it on their own and they fill out the.
And since they do
right.
it, you include it.
Because I can't go and amend the application that they put forward, but I make sure they fill out the reasonable reconfiguration, which is the requirement for the trees.
Okay.
And that's what we kind of.
So they definitely have that when they prepare their application.
Right, yes.
That definitely comes through.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
I have one quick question. I see in the report from Stephen, it said that the protective radii were not shown correctly. has that been revised in our set? Are we looking at the correct?
We didn't receive any new plans from the applicant,
didn't,
so
so-
these are still the ones that he reviewed.
Okay, so we'll have to take that in consideration, that it's not.
Okay. Come on up, applicant, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn.
Good evening.
Okay, my name is Dario Rodriguez. My address is 7503 North Howard, Tampa, Florida, 33604. 33604.
And you've been sworn.
Yes. Usted ya juramentó.
No.
Usted ya juramentó.
Have you been
Diga
sworn?
sí.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. You have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Tiene 10 minutos para hacer su presentación.
Okay, estamos hablando.
He requires an interpreter.
Okay.
I figured that out. Thank you.
Como ustedes pueden ver, yo estoy respetando los 20 pies de setback, que es la línea verde.
As you see here, I am respecting the 20 feet setback as you see it on this line.
Me tengo que mover 29 pies hacia el frente.
And I have to move on this way towards the front.
En esta foto se muestra que del frente que hay otro árbol, me tengo que mover 30 pies.
In the front, you can see that from this tree, I have to move 30 feet.
Mi cuestionamiento es que estoy perdiendo en un lote de 50 por 100, 70 pies.
In a lot that is 50 by 100, I'm losing 70 feet.
Aquí le voy a mostrar cómo quedaría la casa si yo respeto el radio de los árboles.
I will show you in the next picture how the house would look like if I respect the boundaries.
24 por 41.
It would be 24 by 41.
900 square feet.
900 square feet.
Como pueden apreciar, la casa que se está construyendo al lado, en el lote de al lado, era la que se iba a fabricar en este lado. Y
As you see, the house that we're building right here on the back, it was going to be on the front,
y por razones de los árboles no pude empezar a construirla.
and due to the trees, we could not start building it.
Este es el tamaño que toma la casa. 24 pies de fondo, 41 de ancho.
So the house would be 24 wide by 41 depth.
Esa es mi posición. ¿Ok?
That's my presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Gracias.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak about this petition this evening? Come on up. State your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Bob Whitmore, 3111 Hawthorne Road. I have been sworn in. I am the founder and executive director of City Tree. My dad was a builder. When he went into a lot, he didn't buy plans. He wasn't an architect either. He would sit down at the dining room table and figure out how a house would fit in the trees that were around the house to give it a forested feel. I am not, and the tree lovers of the world are not against development or building. And when we see something like this come up where somebody is looking to make a reasonable profit on a piece of land, it's hard. But the laws and the codes are there for a reason, to keep trees in place one by one. Reasonable use for this piece of land ended one house ago. This was a piece of land that was a single-family, one-house plot of land. It was purchased, the house was put up, and they said, well, let's go ahead and put up another house. And now they want to put two houses on a piece of land that was supposed to be a one-house plot of land. And that is unfortunate that this has happened, and I applaud them for coming forth and trying to get the proper permissions to take down a tree. But we have to stand by the codes, and we have to stand by the tree laws. If we let one go, then that erodes everything that we fight for. Reasonable use for this piece of land ended one house ago. And the person that bought it should have figured out a way to design within the tree's boundaries and figured out how, instead of two big boxes, to architecturally put something there that could actually take into account what they know is a protected tree. I would hope that we can get an arborist report for this if it does happen to go away, and we can actually maybe think about that further if this actually becomes something that you do approve. But I would urge you, for the tree codes, for what you're charged with doing, to deny this build and deny this tree removal. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Come on up, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn.
Good evening, my name's Lorraine Perino. I live at 604 Ontario Avenue. I'm with a group called the Tampa Tree Advocacy Group.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, and you've been sworn. I'm sorry. Confirm you've been sworn for us?
Yes. Have I been sworn in?
Just say, I've been sworn.
Yes, I have been sworn in.
Great, 3 minutes, go.
I'm with a group called the Tampa Tree Advocacy Group. We have a Facebook page and we also have a website. It's a one-stop information center for everything regarding trees. I live on Davis Island and I've seen so many trees come down. There are whole blocks on Davis Island that are devoid of trees because of all the McMansions that have gone up. I too like to walk my dog and I look for shade, and you can always tell when the shade is ending when you come to the new McMansion. There's a house down the street from me that is as big as a hotel. They took down 4 grand oaks and a grand elm tree to build that small hotel that's really a house, and now there's no trees on that lot at all. So I'm always very interested in reading about trees. Last week, a week ago in the Tampa Bay Times front page, they had an article about South Tampa and what's happening in the neighborhoods in South Tampa. In that article, they made mention of a blog titled The McMansioning of South Tampa. That blog has a map that you can link to that the blogger has tried to indicate with red pins all the houses that have come down in South Tampa. He's also put pictures on his blog of all the houses in South Tampa that have come down. Some are beautiful, some are red brick going back to the 1920s. The blogger has not been able to keep up with the amount of red pins. If you click on that link, you'll see the city of Tampa, and it's all red. It's just covered in red pins. And in that article in the paper, it said that in the last 10 years, 5,000 residential demolition permits were issued by the city of Tampa, 709 in 2021 alone. So it's been my experience that every house that comes down has at least one, maybe 2, 3, 4 trees that come down with it. So if you do the math, if 709 residential demolition permits were issued in 2021, and only half of those houses had trees on them, that's 350 trees. And if every one had a tree on it, that's 709 trees. And if they had more than one tree on it, I haven't done the math yet. But, you know, as the speaker before me said, the tree code is there for a reason. It's there to protect the trees. And one of the reasons that Tampa has such a tree canopy that the mayor can brag about, and by the way, the information she was using was 7 years old, because the urban forestry study for 2020 hasn't even come out yet. So she's going by the 2015 urban canopy study, which doesn't take into account all these demolitions that had trees on them. The reason that Tampa can tout a tree canopy of its, what we used to have anyway, is because of the tree ordinance, because this tree ordinance protected trees. So you need to adhere to the tree ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Pamela Jackson Haney, 3014 West Harbor View Avenue, and I have been sworn.
True.
So I finally learned by the end of this that I have been sworn.
It's very hard. Everybody gets it wrong.
I'm not used to speaking off the cuff. I did not prepare for this particular line item, but I wanted to come up and say a few words about it because I too appreciate where this homeowner probably is right now. I mean, he built, he had it changed into 2 lots. I understand, for reasonable use, he hopes that he can build on this piece of property as he did on the other piece of property. And he's hoping he can get a variance to take out the 2 trees. But if the law is followed and if we are going to, be stewards of the law and the things that we have in place here in Tampa, I really think that he could probably rethink it and do something else. For example, a lot of people right now, and even the city council, they're talking about tiny houses and how we need more of those. I would like a tiny house in my backyard if I could. And I'm always saying, Tampa is very hot right now. I mean, whether you think that's a great thing or a bad thing, it is. It's very hot. We have a Ritz-Carlton going up on Bayshore, which just blows my mind after being here for 30 years. But we could use all sorts of different types of houses, and we have to start thinking out of the box. But we also have to save our trees and follow the laws and follow the codes. And that's all I have to say. So please save these 2 trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak on this petition? All right. If seeing none, then I will open it up for questions from the board. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Ivester, can I steal you for a moment? And can we throw that picture of from the front to the rear of the lot back up on the overhead projector? Or
You guys have that.
or if you want to take a look at it.
His plans?
Yeah, just the photo from the street facing rear on the lot. You can all see all 3 trees.
The overall photo. That one.
So I guess since we didn't have an arborist report, I'm not going to ask you to rate these trees, but I know at some point of tree quality, this type of variance would not be necessary.
So I went out and I did evaluate these trees.
Okay, great. Please.
If I did not evaluate these trees, I wouldn't be here speaking
Let's
of
do
the
it.
trees. They're both preservation quality.
Okay.
The one big thing I want to bring up is there's a 27 and a 33. A 27-inch tree only needs a 15-foot protective radius. Right now, he has it spec'd out as a 20-foot. So that's a 5-foot plus another 5-foot worth of encroachment. So you're talking 10 foot. I just wanted to bring that up. And then, sorry, what other?
Oh, so yeah, I was getting to, this is even better than I was hoping for, thank you.
Sorry, I got off topic there.
So the 27-footer is the one in the middle, correct?
Yes.
So now
The 33 is
we're
the one
coming
set-
we're coming 10 feet closer to that guy. And then the other one, we can still come 5 feet closer, I believe.
Yep.
It's a 20-foot setback, but with spading, air spading, we can move another 5 feet in.
Correct.
Can you repeat the 27, 3,
Yes.
15? And
Yep, a
30?
27-inch tree only has a 15-foot protective radius.
El de 27 solamente tiene un área de protección de radio de
And to
15
piggyback
pies.
on that,
And then the 33.
And then the 33-inch tree has a 20-foot protective radius.
Y el de 33 solamente una área de protección de radio de 20 pies, o sea que usted tiene mucho más área, tiene más espacio como usted cree. Entonces lo hablaré. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and my purpose for bringing this up is obviously the alternate plan show, actually, that they're just all over the trees, but there could be possibly an alternate plan that provides a much better home footprint than what we're currently looking at.
Yeah, so what I looked at, when I looked at both of these, because he actually submitted both lots and the house for both lots. I took the house plan he had that was already approved for the lot next door and just scaled it over That's what's on the memo. I don't know if you guys got that second page. And that's the same house with the reduced setbacks. He gets, because you get 25% in the front, you get a foot on the sides. So, and account for the 18-foot driveway, correct? So they may have to shift this back 3 feet. But it's a one-story house. These canopies are high. They could do that without having to remove the trees.
So in your current opinion, the desired plan could fit within these trees?
Yeah, this is just the house proposed next door.
Okay.
That I think is already under construction. So I just used that because the plans I got were not scaled. So I printed everything off and traced it all out and put it on paper as best I could. And then that's what I kind of came up with the reduction of setbacks and things like that.
Great. That is exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you.
It was kind of going off of what you were saying, but for that corner tree, and there's such a big setback from the actual street. So here it says 15, you know, on the revised plan, but it seems like if there was a variance to make that even shorter, but make the house bigger, you know, he could come back with that, you know. So it seems like there's just a lot of different options. No, he answered it with this presentation already with this plan. Sorry, it was the 15 feet in the front that, instead of the 20. So.
Ms. Medina, I do have a question. Do we not have a rule that requires a site plan with protected radiuses shown before the variance? They can come before the variance board?
We do.
And that didn't happen here?
What we were provided was a site plan, but it was for the property that was on the other.
Oh, not our
Right.
property. So it wouldn't show the trees that we have
Right.
on this property?
Right.
I see.
And that was not included. I omitted that
fooled
from
you?
the packet because I was like, oh wait, it's not the same. But yeah, so it was for the property next door.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And his explanation was that he didn't want to go ahead and pay for, you know, the full set when he wasn't sure if the variance would be approved.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I needed. Any other questions for the applicant, for anyone, frankly? Any other questions? No? All right. Well, then I will, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal to respond to any of the questions that were asked or to respond to anything that members of the audience said.
Okay. Voy a mostrarle de nuevo este plano. Como ustedes pueden ver, esta línea azul va por detrás del árbol.
As you see, that blue line actually goes behind the tree.
Si me muevo 5 pies como él le está explicando para aquí, solamente voy a tener 5 pies más aquí.
If I move like he was saying, 5 more feet, I will just move over here 5 feet.
Quiere decir que si me muevo 5 pies como él me está diciendo los árboles, voy a tener una casa de 29 por 41.
So if I move the 5 feet like he's saying, I'm going to have a house of 29 by 41?
Yes. Es un total de 1,189 feet. It's a small house.
1,189 feet, it will be a small house.
Como pueden ver, es casi la mitad de la casa que tenía planificada para hacer en el lote.
As you see, that will be like half of the size of the house that I originally intended to build.
Y como pueden apreciar aquí, este árbol del frente me está empujando la casa 30 pies hacia adelante, más.
And as you can see, this tree moves my house 30 feet forward, towards the front.
Si con los 5 pies que él dice que voy a ganar, voy a perder un total de 65 pies en el lote. Me van a quedar 40 pies para construir.
With the 5 feet that he says that I will gain, it will be 65 feet
65, lost.
lost, feet that I will lose. Y los 40.
Me van a quedar 40.
So I'm going to end up with 40.
Que eso es el cuarto máster de cualquier propiedad.
So that will be like a master bedroom in any property.
Esta casa que está en fabricación solamente tiene 1.700 square feet. Es una casa pequeña comparada con las casas que se hacen, con el promedio que se hace hoy en día.
So the house that I'm building right now is about 1,700 square feet. And honestly, that's a smaller house in comparison with the houses that are currently being built.
Estoy completamente de acuerdo con los árboles, amo los árboles.
I am completely aware about the trees. I love trees.
Aprecio todos los comentarios antes dichos por los miembros.
I appreciate the comments that were said earlier before me.
En la última propiedad que fabriqué, que fue en esta zona, Sulphur Spring, una zona de bajos recursos para casas asequibles, tenía un árbol en el frente que estaba totalmente enfermo y las condiciones fueron sembrar 7. Cuando la persona que fue a comprar la casa vio la casa, dijo, oh, ¿qué pasa aquí? Esto es un bosque. Y yo le expliqué, eso es las condiciones que me puso la ciudad, por tanto y demás no puedo remover ninguno de estos árboles.
So I built homes in Sulphur Springs area, and there was one house in particular that there was a tree that was sick, that it was a tree that had problems. But there were 7 trees in that area, and we tried to remove them, but because of the city rules, we were not able to move them. When the gentleman that came to see it said, hey, what's happening here? This is a forest. I explained to him that I could not remove the trees because of the city rules.
Aquí pueden ver el radio de los árboles.
You can see the radius of the trees here.
En la casa originalmente que se iba a fabricar ahí.
In the house that we were going to be on originally.
Okay, because of the translation issues, I'll give you about 30 more seconds if you have more to fill out.
¿Hay algo más que usted quiera decir?
No, esa es mi exposición. Esa es la misma, prácticamente la misma casa del lado. Y como pueden apreciar,
This is the same house as the doors next door's house.
pueden ver ahí los radios de los árboles.
And you can see the radius of the trees.
Okay.
¿No está mirando? Sí. Ujú.
Ellos lo van a ver porque está ahí. You can see that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, sí lo puede ver ahí.
Eso es todo lo que puedo decir. Y
That's all I can say.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. With that, I will close the public hearing and open it up for a motion, followed by discussion or discussion if necessary. Anyone have a motion they'd like to make?
I can make a motion. I move that the variance request for case VRB 22-79 for property at 2021 East Okaloosa Avenue for removal of a grand tree be denied due to the failure of the petitioner to meet the burden of proof with regard to the 6 factors for determining reasonable use as set forth in section 27-282.2.5 F4 of the city code for granting tree removal, specifically that the applicant failed to meet the factors, including providing a survey or drawing of the parcel drawn to scale, showing the location of the crown spread and the trees of the minimum, showing the minimum protective root zone, and also the applicant failed to provide failed to provide examples of homes that could be reasonably reconfigured, as evidenced by testimony from that we heard this evening.
Okay, we have a motion to deny by Ms. Decker. Is there a second?
I second.
All right, we have a second by Ms. Powers. Is there a need for discussion on this motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of denial, say aye. Any opposed? All right, motion to deny passes. Sir, you have 14 days from the issuance of a written denial if you'd like to appeal. Okay.
All right. The next case before the board is VRB 2267. This is addressed at 9413 North 22nd Street. The property owner is Charles Sanders, and this is owned RS60 residential single family. The request is to reduce the side yard setback from 7 feet to 3 feet, and the rear yard setback from 20 feet to 5 feet for a detached covered patio. The code section in reference is section 27-291B that has accessory structures with a gross floor area larger than 15% of the minimum required lot size are required to meet the principal structure setbacks as referenced in section 27-156. This is an aerial showing the subject property, oh, wrong aerial, my apologies. But the property is in the USF Institutional Planning District. This is the site plan that the applicant has provided showing us the existing structures on the property, and in the black is the proposed addition for a patio. They do have a building permit that is in process, a permit for a carport. Staff will want to say that at this point, the variance request is inconsistent with the building permit because the building permit is for a carport, but there are variances for a patio, and as such, this was not reviewed by transportation for a carport. This was reviewed by right-of-way and found consistent with no comments. Natural Resources found them inconsistent, and they provided memo which was attached in the report, and they do have concerns regarding a car lift that is currently on the property, potential impact to the tree canopy. Transportation reviewed and had no comments. We have received no letters of support or objection for this variance request before you. And these are pictures that were taken by Stephen when he went out to the site. And in the rear there you see the car lift at the rear of the property. In the determination of this variance request, the board shall consider section 27-80, the criteria for the approval or denial of a variance request. If you have any questions, staff will be available.
Thank you. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Come on up, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn.
Okay.
You will have 10 minutes to make your presentation and tell us all about your hardships.
Okay. My name is Charles W. Sanders. I have been sworn in. I live at 9413 North 22nd Street. This is a house that I have resided in since 1977 when I had it built. The lot size is 80 by 156. This is an existing building that was built over 40 years in the backyard in that. Now, the reason, well, anyway, I'm totally caught off guard with this because I'm not the builder or whatever. Anyway, basically what I'm trying to get permitted, and it's been a year in the process. I've had surveys, I've had runoff people. I did not know anything about tree canopy because it's all high enough to where this would not be interfering with that at all. The automotive list that was listed there, yes, that does exist. It's been there for 2-3 years now. I am a retired automotive instructor. I do have classic cars that I do work on. And, you know, it's for my own use. I'm 73 years old and I can no longer work off a floor jack and jack stand and stuff like that. The idea for the cover over the carport out here basically is that the work area next to the hoist, I'd like to convert that into like a small picnic area with a picnic table and stuff like that or whatever. And that, the reason that I have contacted this builder, it's basically like a portable car park. It's not a permanent structure. It bolts to the actual patio. It doesn't bolt to or hook any way to the existing structure that's there. But it does, you know, it will cover that to where we can do that out there. Just a little protection from the environments for, you know, me being out there and that, you know, piece of equipment that's out there when I'm doing some work out there, you know. I just, you know, when you see them going up as carports in front of the house, this is an upscale type shed is whatever we call it. It will be color matched to the garage and everything, not an eyesore. It's completely in the back of the garage, out of the flow or whatever. I had a new survey done on the property and everything along with the run out to where, you know, there's no effect, and none of my neighbors that I know have you know, complained anything about it, because there are a few of them that are very close, less than a block away, that have the exact same structure in existence in their side yard by the street right now. So I don't know. The reason, you know, it probably would be a better presentation if my contractor was here, but due to some COVID stuff, which delayed us from last month, and you know, and all that is why they're not here representing me. But you know, I don't know a lot of the technical stuff out there, you know, but all I know is that this permitting process is a lot longer than what I believe the file date for this permit was March of 21. And I've done everything that they've asked us to do. As far as I know, they go on going. They keep going through each process to get it to where it is now. And they told me when I went down there that the last thing that I needed to do was get a variance, because when we put this shed over the patio, that it would be too close to the side property line back there. Although the patio does exist. And the answer to the other question is probably, and everybody would know, I am not trying to run a business in a residential area, but I do have classic cars that I work on. I own 3 of them. And, you know, it's pretty much what I'm doing with my retirement. So I don't know what else to say. That's pretty much, well, I've never jumped through so many hoops to get that done, but it's been a long time. This building, you know, my backyard, it's been there. My daughter's 42 years old, so it was built when my wife was pregnant with her, so it's been there a long time. And, you know, I'm a lifelong resident in that area there on that. I grew up in that area, so I've been there a long time. So that's all I have to say. They didn't give me any pictures or anything like that. I was told that they were already submitted to the committee to look at prior to me coming tonight, so. Okay.
All right, thank you. Does that complete your presentation this evening?
Yes, that's all I can say. I mean, that's what it is, so.
All right, well, let's see if there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this petition this evening.
Okay.
Seeing none. Does anyone have any questions for the petitioner or for staff? I have one. So, do we have a copy of the site plan that we could put up, or that we could put on the Elmo? Sir, you want to come back up?
Sure.
All right, so let's talk about what exists and what is being proposed. So that one-story building, that rectangle in the back that's
Yes.
labeled one-story building, that exists?
That is my garage for storage of the classic cars and miscellaneous 40 years worth of junk and rusty car prices. My wife, when she was with me, said that, you know, that was where I kept all my rusty car parts that I would never sell, but I always buy them at swap meets and stuff, and that is very true. But,
Okay. So that thing is there, it's been there a long time.
that building was built in 1979 when my wife was pregnant with my daughter.
Okay.
It was a permitted structure, it was built there. And believe it or not, I believe we had a variance because it was too close to the back line or something from way back in that day, and that, to have that building put in.
Okay, and then, so that black box coming off the side of that, that's
Yes.
where the lift exists?
Yes.
And where you want to put
A cover.
the cover over it so that you could work under cover instead of out in the sun, right?
Well, yeah, that too, but we're doing the multi-function deal in there too, where it could have a space with a, you know, to do a cookout and stuff like that. and
Gotcha.
things.
Now that piece, it's gonna track the same rear line as the existing building?
I believe so. I think they can move it, yes, but yeah, I believe that is
Okay.
correct, yes.
And it needs to come within 3 feet of the side? Is that what you're saying there?
Well, it's within, the patio, the existing slab in there. They got the dimensions, I think, for the, I thought they had sent all this stuff, but all this stuff was covered in there. The
Well, I
actual,
guess my question is this, sir.
Okay.
So I get that because of the size of this structure, we need to meet some setbacks, which then pushes it from 20 to 5 on the rear setback. But the rear setback is tracking right along the same line. My question is, is it possible to meet that side setback of 7 feet instead of 3 feet?
it would,
Shrink it down 4 feet?
it would move it to the actual structure size that we've applied for is a 25 by 26 to go over that. That's what they told me here. is-
Okay, so I guess the question is, this structure doesn't exist, right? You got a
No.
lift out there, but the structure doesn't exist.
Right, yeah, the lift's been there for several years. so.
Okay. So explain to me, if you want to go up to 3 feet on the side, explain to me why it needs to go to 3 feet instead of 7 feet on the side. Is there any reason why you couldn't meet that side setback? And if there is, tell me why.
On which side? To the property line?
Yeah,
My neighbor's
you're
property line.
requesting to reduce the side yard setback from 7 feet to 3 feet.
Yeah, because the patio goes that far over there, the slab.
Oh, the existing
The
patio
existing slab
already
of several
runs.
years is already poured and it's there.
Okay.
It has been there for years. The slab's probably been there 8, 10 years,
Okay.
you know,
Now,
as
this,
parking
Ms.
lot,
Madhu,
basically.
the slab does not trigger the setback issues, it's only the cover that triggers the
Right.
setback. So if we shrink the cover to, even though the slab runs to 3 feet, if we were to shrink the cover down to 7 feet,
I can move I see no reason why I could not move the cover forward. I mean,
I'm not suggesting we move the cover forward towards the front of your lot, I'm suggesting perhaps as an option that maybe we can meet the side setback.
of 3 feet
Yes, sir, of 7 feet.
or 7 feet.
Right, instead of 3 feet, instead of reducing the side yard setback, even though you got the slab there, my question is simply this. I get it, you got a slab, so you wanna utilize the slab.
Yeah.
Is it possible that we could just shift it over to, if we were to say grant you the rear yard setback, just talking hypotheticals here, if we were to grant you that rear yard setback because you've already got a building that runs right along that line,
Right.
but we could still meet your side yard setback, is that something you could work with? Or is there some reason why you need to have it go to 3 feet instead of 7?
I could just have them, shorten you know, to get the covering, yeah, we could pull it in.
Okay, that was all,
Yeah.
that was my
Yeah,
entire
I would-
question.
You know, like I say, I'm not the manufacturer of this, you know, this one is site built from a good company in Plant City that makes them when, you know,
Gotcha.
hurricane strong, and they make them also prettier, so it doesn't, you know, it will actually match the colors of the garage and stuff like
Awesome.
that, so, and that, but,
Okay,
yeah.
well, that was
Yeah.
my question. Does anyone else have any other questions?
So they make that custom for you, so what Mr. Feldman just asked is not a huge.
Could they make it what?
Making it that few feet shorter is not a problem because it's a custom unit anyway.
Right, yes, yeah, they could do that. Yeah,
Okay, what happens in the 29 feet or so that's between the one-story building and the other residence? What's in
That's my
between there?
backyard.
So you're parking on that grass?
No. No.
Okay, the picture in our report.
I mean, we do park back there some, but I mean, no, it's not parking. I have plenty of parking in the front of the house. There's a, you know, it's a double garage on the front of the house, and most of the parking is done on that. I do park my truck on that existing slab in the back deck back there. But the grass itself, sometimes we do, you know, I have a trailer for my classic cars that sometimes parks back on the grass back there on that, but we did some kind of a, I forget what it was they required in it. When I had the survey done, they supposedly did that green space study or whatever, you know, for that. And that has been done. I assumed that it had been sent through or whatever.
So it looks like, is that the lift that sits in between there also?
Have a what?
The lift, car
The lift is on the patio next to the garage, on the north side of the garage. It would be, well, in the black area there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, do you have more questions?
No, that's okay.
I have one more for Mr. Eister. So, tell me about any off-site trees or concerns that you have with putting this cover out there. Is there any issues that we're talking about?
Yeah, so my only, Stephen Eister, Natural Resources, my only objection was, I know there's a car lift there. I didn't know how much clearance the new overhang would need if it follows the same roof line
Yeah, it does.
of the existing building. I have
12 foot.
I have no issues.
Okay.
Because the limbs are high enough to bring in that unit.
Okay, well, let me ask you that question. Sir, does the new cover follow the same roof line as the existing one-story building that's behind your house?
Yes, actually, it may be a little lower.
Perfect,
Yeah, it's-
okay.
It's a 12-foot clearance.
Okay.
So it would be a little lower than that.
Okay.
Matching to that.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
In the event that this does move towards some approval of some sort, you know, this variance moves forward with the property, would you be willing to a condition that this patio, this covered patio remain open, to be never enclosed in the future?
Oh, yeah, oh, definitely, yeah, I'm not.
Very good.
Trust me, I have enough storage for rusty car parts over the years. And you have a house that has a double garage on the front of it, and then you have a double garage with another single tied in the backyard. I have plenty of space like that. No, it will never be, no.
Perfect, thank you.
No, it's not, that's not, this company does do that. And I realize that they do make some real nice double garages out of these, whatever, but no, this is basically a canopy. It probably won't even have a side that comes down more than about 3 foot from the roof at the most to cover it. It's definitely gonna be an open air structure and all that, just a little extra protection.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Now, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal, should you choose to use it. If you have anything else that you'd like to say that would respond to any of our questions, now's your chance.
I am good. The only thing is, well, however it goes. If this is approved, now we will be approving a reconfigured cover. In other words, it'll be shorter.
That is an option, sir, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm good with that, but I just need to know exactly what you guys want done, because like I say, this here is, you know, been a while for a year to get this all, jump through all the hoops has just been crazy. You know, when I see them going up in the neighborhood, and of course I will not guarantee, you know, that they got permits for them, but I did this one the way I, you know, thought it was supposed to be done. So. Okay, that's all I have to say, so
Thank
it's
you
up
very
to you
much, sir.
guys.
Okay, well, with that, I will close the public hearing and open it up for a motion from the board or discussion if necessary. Does anyone have a motion?
I've got a motion.
Go for it, sir.
I'm gonna be giving a bifurcated motion here.
Okay.
We're gonna start with the one with conditions. Would you like to do the other one first?
Well, you do whatever you'd like, but hypothetically, if your bifurcation of the motion is to, actually, no, you do it. They're gonna tell me I was gonna do something else.
There you go.
They're gonna tell me to do exactly what you're doing, so go for it.
Fantastic. I move that the variance request for VRB 22-67 located at 9413 North 22nd Street, as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing, for a reduction in the rear yard setback from 20 feet to 5 feet, with the following condition: that the patio installed will never be enclosed, and that said variance as conditioned to be granted based upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship, practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code, specifically that there were no opposition from any of the neighbors. I don't see any health, safety hazards. It is in harmony with the neighborhood as there are other existing sheds. This will provide additional shelter for the homeowner while outside, and he has agreed to the additional condition of never being enclosed.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the rear yard setback reduction from 20 to 5, conditioned upon it being unenclosed. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any need for discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the approval to reduce the rear yard setback from 20 to 5 with the condition, say aye. Any opposed? All right, that one passes 6-0. Go ahead.
All right, and the other motion I would like to make is I move that the variance request for VRB 22-67 for the property located at 9413 North 22nd Street for a reduction in the side setback from 7 to 3 feet be denied due to the failure for the petitioner to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty of considering the 5 hardship criteria as set forth in section 27-80 of the city code, specifically that the additional encroachment is unnecessary for the desired result.
Okay, we have a motion to deny the side yard setback. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right. Keep it consistent. Thank you. Any need for discussion on this motion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the denial say aye. Any opposed? Nay. All right. So, sir, you got your approval of everything, except you got to just keep it at 7 feet on the side instead of 3. So you should be good to go. And you can talk to staff about timing of that. So thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Did you have a question? The next variance, the next case before the board is PRB 22-77. This is addressed at 4021 West San Luis Street. This is zoned RS60. The property owner is Heather Casagrande. And the variance request is to reduce the rear yard setback from 5 feet to 3 feet and the west side setback from 5 feet to 3.4 feet to construct a pool enclosure. The code section in reference is section 27-290.5 for screen enclosures with the setbacks as 5 foot on the sides and on the rear. This is an aerial showing the subject property. It's an interior lot in the South Tampa Planning District. This is the site plan that the applicant has provided, showing us the existing conditions and where they're looking to, they're requesting those setback reductions. 3.4 on the side toward the west, and 3 feet towards the rear yard, which is towards the north. And here they're showing the dimensions for the proposed pool enclosure. This was reviewed by right-of-way and found consistent with no comments. Natural Resources found them consistent with conditions, that they comply with all applicable sections of 27, chapter 27, Tampa, City of Tampa Tree and Landscape Technical Manual at the time of permitting. Transportation reviewed and found them consistent with no comments. We received no letters of objection or support for this variance request, and staff did not provide any memos. The applicant provided pictures showing the pool. It's an existing pool, and the patio is existing as well, so they are looking to enclose the patio as it currently exists. In the determination of the variance request before you, the board shall consider section 27-80, the criteria for the approval or denial of the variance request. If you have any questions, I will be available on hand.
Okay, is the applicant here this evening? Yes. Come on up, state your name, your address, confirm you've been sworn. Okay. Then you get 10 minutes to tell us about your hardships.
My name is Amanda Mashad. I live at 4663 61st Lane North. That's in Kansas City, Florida. I am an agent for and office manager for Accurate Aluminum Concepts.
And you've been sworn?
And I have been sworn in, yes, sorry. So basically what we are trying to do, oh, sorry. Oh, yes.
Oh, awesome, good job.
Okay, so what we are wanting to do is we are wanting to build a 18 by 40 mansard style pool enclosure for Heather Casagrande. She is the homeowner and presently here. She bought the house in 2021 under the understanding that she could have a pool enclosure put on if wanted. The pool was obviously built before she bought the house in 2015. And that's basically what we're trying to do.
Okay, did you want to talk at all about the hardships?
So the hardship is just because when she had bought the house, she did not know that she would not be able to add anything onto the easement area. So we're just trying to get the variance for approval. Also, her son, it's not construction-wise, but her son is allergic to mosquitoes, and that also would help with the pool enclosure and him being able to enjoy the pool.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation this evening?
Yes.
Okay, let's see if there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this petition. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on? Hi there, come on up, speak about your petition.
Hi, my name is Heather Casagrande. I'm the owner of 4021 West St. Louis Street. I have been sworn.
Awesome, good job.
Thanks. So the hardship is my understanding when I tried to go through permitting to obtain this pool enclosure, and she's correct. The reason I sought to do so is because despite every effort that I've made to control mosquitoes through pest control services, spraying, what have you, my son has severe allergic reactions. We cannot enjoy the backyard at all for most of the year here in Tampa. So I sought to have a permit. I was shocked to hear that it was denied. I had no idea that the pool was built in the setback. It was properly permitted back in 2015. The house is also apparently built in the setback, which I, of course, had no idea of when I purchased the home as well. I did move there to be in his school district to send him to Roosevelt. I do not wish to move, but it is such a big issue that it is of major concern to me. I don't see how it would impose on my neighbors, as it's not going to exceed the current pavers that are already there. The pool, again, has been there for the past 6 years and will not, it will not encroach on the yard space at all, which is minimal anyway. So I don't see how it would impose any, public safety threat or difficulty for my neighbors in any way if the variance were to be granted. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else in the audience who would like to speak on this petition? Seeing none, I'll open it up for questions from the board, for the petitioner, for the agent, or for any city staff.
I have a question for the petitioner. Is there a reason why you can't meet the setbacks and put the screen at the 5-foot lines? It looks like in the back it's 2 feet, but on the side yard it'd be less than 2 feet.
If you would, there wouldn't be very much space in between the pool and the walking way area, so we were just trying to give them a little extra space.
Do you know how much space would be?
I would say they would probably maybe have like 2 feet, give or take, if we were to just build it within the setbacks that are already provided.
You mentioned an easement issue. Can you explain that a little bit more?
So from what I've gathered when I tried to pull the permit, I was told that just the perimeters, that we did it, that we applied for just were not, it was encroaching in a certain easement that we were not allowed to build in. I'm very sorry, I'm not super construction friendly, so I can't really explain more than that. I just kind of go off of what I'm told when I apply for the permit.
Can city staff speak at all to an easement?
Yes, part of the easement.
Can city staff speak to like where this easement is or what easement, I guess, was brought up to the applicant?
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. Do you have your survey or anything?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Right here, sorry.
Oh, no problem.
There you go.
Where was the easement at, they said?
From what I recall, they said it was on the fence line.
Oh, okay. That's
So-
where utilities are at? They have like a-
Yes.
Yeah, there's probably utility easement on the north side of the property from the utilities. So usually you have like a 10 feet from the power line so they can maintain it and stuff. That's probably what she's referring to. I'm assuming that's
Yes.
probably what that was from.
That was from my understanding. We've been trying to get this permit for a while, and then we went into the variance process, and unfortunately, I've never done a variance with the city of Tampa, so I'm not 100% aware of everything, so I kind of was learning as I went.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Are there power poles running along the rear of the property?
No, there is no power poles. I can show you guys pictures, and there's no trees to take down. We're just putting on, how do I know if I'm doing this right? Okay, so as you see, there's no power poles. The fence line is back here, and we're just putting the pole enclosure on the existing pavers that were there when she had bought the house. Here goes another side view. And then, as you see, there's
So that whole side, the property line on, I guess on the left side, I'm not sure, the west side,
yes.
the entire house is only about 3 feet from the property line, is that correct?
Correct.
I've got a question for staff. In the event that this goes through and becomes approved, but there does seem to exist some utility easement falling somewhere inside of this enclosure, you know, it would still, the easement would still hold over our variance, correct? I mean, we can't give a variance over someone's easement, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, Jonathan Scott, Touch Station Planning, typically you really wouldn't want to build in an easement, you know, kind of like step one, you know, but then I would say
Right.
go ahead and,
But we don't know where the easement is. If there's no overhead power lines and.
yeah, so that probably wouldn't be a concern. I would say go ahead and move forward and then we can address that, you know, during permitting would be kind of like.
That was the
yeah,
question.
That's
I
my
think that was
main
being
question.
That's
asked
where it
is
would be more of a handled, you know, so.
During permitting, if there's an easement issue, it's gonna have to be addressed.
That's
during
correct. We'll
permitting.
sort it out over there,
Gotcha.
so. you
Very
can-
good.
Mhm.
Okay. Good question, thank you. Okay, any other questions for the petitioner, for staff? Seeing none. All right, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I don't really necessarily have a rebuttal. I just know that we would really like to do this, and I don't see where it's going to have an issue. I know her next door neighbor also has a pool enclosure as well, so I don't feel like it would be any kind of eyesore or anything like that.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much for your time.
With that, I would close the public hearing and open it up for a motion from the board, discussion if necessary.
I just wanted to discuss, I always have an issue with setbacks less than 5 feet for emergency purposes or just general maintenance of the house. And this situation is even, you know, more interesting because the house doesn't meet, you know, the current setback on the west side. So everything's really pinched so tight.
Even on the east side, it doesn't.
Yeah, 650, but I always feel like 5 feet is like, in my head, kind of a safety kind of setback in terms of a minimum. So I have a hard time accepting enclosures that go within or under 5 feet. Just
I will
gonna
point out to you, if you look at the southwest corner, they show a found property monument 4 feet further to the west. The surveyor may not have put forth enough effort in figuring out why the additional 4-foot monument is there and why that would give you the setback. You know, at some point, I'm assuming that must have been the monument, this lot must have been showed as 54 feet wide as measured, and that's why it was able to be built this way.
So that kind of strange L
I
shape.
have a feeling that this boundary line may be not accurately shown.
Oh,
That,
Okay.
yeah, because the fence is further than the property line.
That's correct.
Yeah. So, fair point. Okay, well, would somebody like to make a motion?
All right, I move that the variance request for case VRB 22-77 for the property located at 4021 West San Luis Street be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing for a reduction in the rear yard setback from 5 feet to 3 feet and the west side setback from 5 feet to 3.4 feet. Based upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing for an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code, specifically that the applicant did not build the pool nor the pool deck. It will help their health and safety of their family. The neighbors don't seem to have any opposition. This is very normal for this neighborhood, and I mean, really, the people should be able to enjoy their pools without being attacked by mosquitoes.
All right, we have a motion to approve,
I'll second it.
because it's a pool enclosure, because it's a screen enclosure, I don't know that it's necessary, but we can ask legal staff. Staff, folks, do we need to, we don't need to condition screen enclosure that it not be enclosed, or do we? I'm sorry to make you stand up for that, Ms. Johnson-Velez.
He'll come
I was
and
under
tell
the
me that he
impression,
can't
no,
hear me
because
if I don't stand up. Susan
That's
Johnson
four.
Velez, Legal Department.
Can't build it.
I mean, if it's for a pool enclosure, you know, it's hard to speculate on how somebody might read that in the future, but if you would like for it to remain open air and not enclosed with walls, then.
What if we passed it as a screened enclosure?
Well, that's what you're allowing today, but once the,
Well,
you know.
isn't the approval tied to the site plan, which calls out a screened enclosure?
Generally is, yes,
Yes.
that's correct. So if you, I mean, belt and suspenders, if you would like to add a condition that prohibits enclosure with walls, then that's entirely up to you. You certainly are free to do that if you'd like.
Thank you, we appreciate it. Okay. Make your motion, we'll see if anybody needs it.
I'd like to stick with my motion, please.
Okay, you got it. All right, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All right, is there a need for discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve, say aye. All those opposed? Okay, your petition passes 4-2. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Whew. All right. 2278.
The next case is VRB 2278. This is addressed at 4116 West Layla Avenue. It is zoned RS60 residential single family. The property owner is Brian Malo, and the variance request is to reduce the front yard setback from 25 feet to 20 feet, and the rear yard setback from, we had to make a correction or make an amendment to the variance request because even the building requested that he required a variance for the rear yard setback, we determined that he didn't need that. So even though he noticed for it, he's not needing a rear yard setback. So this would be for the front yard setback only, from 25 to 20, to build an attached garage. And the code section in reference is section 27-156, the table that has the schedule of area bulk and height placement regulations for the RS60 zoning district as 25 feet for the front, 20 feet for the rear, and 7 feet for the sides. And this is the subject property. It is a corner lot in the South Tampa Planning District. It's at the intersection of South Lewis and West Layla Avenue. And this is the site plan the applicant has provided, showing us the existing home and the proposed addition towards the north of the property, which is, you see that huge X going there, that is the proposed garage addition to this property. And he provided renderings showing what that would look like. This was reviewed by right-of-way with no, and found consistent with no comments. This was reviewed by Natural Resources, found consistent with conditions, that they comply with the City of Tampa Tree and Landscape Technical Manual at the time of permitting. Reviewed by Transportation and found consistent as well with no comments. We have one letter of support from Stephanie Poynor, no letters of objection, and the staff did not provide any memos. In the determination of the variance request before you, the board shall consider section 27-80 that has the criteria for the approval or denial of the variance request. And if you have any questions, I will be available.
Okay, so quick question for you.
Sure.
I think I know the answer already, but because it's a corner lot, kind of gets two frontages, is that right?
Not quite. Layla is his front.
Okay.
Because even though it's oddly shaped, he does have a narrower part of the lot, which is Layla, and that's what we would technically consider as the front end zoning.
Okay, so even though the other side is probably considered, from their perspective,
Right.
the front.
Yeah, we would see that as a corner.
Okay, all right, I got you, thank you. All right, is the applicant here?
Yes, he is.
come on up, state your name, your address, confirm for us that you've been sworn, and then give us your 10 minutes of hardships or less if you feel like it.
Thank you for having me. My name is Robert Hoskinson. My address is 466 Severn Avenue, Tampa, and I have been sworn in.
All right, fire away.
Okay, I am a state certified general contractor, and I'm working for Mr. Marlowe over here, and he asked me to build a garage. The home, it's a single family home, currently doesn't have a garage. So we're trying to build a one-car garage. On the north side of the home, it's an odd-shaped lot, very unique actually, and it does appear to have 2 front yard setbacks. So when I applied for the permit, we really couldn't determine which was the front, which was the side. It's got a Layla address, so that's what we went for the front yard setback. So by doing so, we need to reduce the front yard from 25 feet to 20 feet 6 inches to add this garage. There's no trees to be removed. I'm happy to say that.
Awesome. Okay, does that conclude your presentation, or do you have more for us?
I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, fair enough. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak about this petition? Seeing, you want to talk about it, come on up.
Yeah. The only reason I want to do is say, okay, first of all, I want to say, my name is Brian Marlowe. My address is 416 West Lila Avenue, and I have been sworn in.
Beautifully done.
So that way now you can ask me questions if you want.
Beautifully done, all right. Oh, good job, all right, thank you. Okay, anyone else in the audience? Seeing none, does anyone have any questions for the petitioner? No, it's really that straightforward, okay. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal, should you choose to use it.
I appreciate your service to the city.
Okay, well then with that, I will close the public hearing and open it up for motion from the board. Ms. Walrath, do you want to make a motion?
Well, I was gonna ask a quick question, sorry.
Of whom?
No, staff. So 20 feet 6 inches, didn't we get the reduction in front yard setbacks with, is that not applicable in this neighborhood? You know how we had the whole thing with the porches and how you could.
No, because this. To the podium. So that only applies to porches, and typically they're open on 3 sides, but this is an enclosed garage, so that does not apply here.
Okay. In that case, thank you. Move that the variance request for case VRB 22-78 for the property located at 4116 West, is it Layla or Lila? Layla?
I say Layla, but
That sounds good to me. Be
I've been
granted as
corrected, it's
depicted
Lila.
On the site plan, presented at the public hearing for a reduction in front yard setback from 25 feet to 20 feet to build an attached garage. Upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code. Specifically that it's an irregular shaped lot.
yes, ma'am.
Does that cover it?
Right, no garage exists, they're building a 1-car garage.
So permission to build a 1-car garage is in keeping with it.
All right, we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, I'm gonna give that one to Ms. Decker, sorry, she got you first. Motion and a second, do we have need for discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, have a great night. You're approved
Thanks again,
6-0.
appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it, James.
Good job. About as easy as they get, yeah.
Yeah, that was a.
All right, 2280?
Yes. The next case before the board is VRB 2280. This is addressed at 4224 West Barcelona Avenue, Street, I'm sorry. The property owners are Cameron and Brittany Brown. This is zoned RS 100, residential single family. And the variance request is to reduce the corner yard setback from 15 feet to 7 feet for the construction of a new single-family residence. And the code section in reference is section 27-156, table 4-2, that has the setbacks for the RS 100 zoning districts as 25 feet for the front, 12 feet for the rear, 15 feet for the corner, and 7 for the sides. This is an aerial showing the subject property highlighted in the dash, in the orange dash. It's a corner lot in the South Tampa Planning District. It's right there at the intersection of South Herbert and West Barcelona Avenue. I keep saying avenue, I'm sorry, street. And this is the site plan of the proposed new single-family residence. This lot was platted as a 50 by 100 lot in about 1925. So even though it is zoned RS 100, it is half the size of a lot that you'll find for that zoning district. And they are required to have a corner setback of 15 feet. These are pictures that the applicant has provided showing the subject property. This was reviewed by right-of-way and found consistent with no comments. Natural Resources reviewed and found consistent with conditions, with the comments that the ground laurel oak in front of the property is rated C10. The owner would like to preserve the tree and continue to maintain it. The driveway is currently on South Herbert. Leaving it there would create less impact for the ground laurel oak, and they found it consistent with conditions that they comply with the City of Tampa Tree and Landscape Code at the time of permitting. Transportation reviewed this and found it consistent with no comments. We received no letters of objection or support for this variance request, and staff included no memos. For the determination of the variance request before you, the board shall consider section 27-80 as the criteria for review, approving or denying a variance request. If you have any questions, I will be available.
All right, applicant, come on up. Hopefully you know the drill by now.
Cameron Brown, 4224 West Barcelona, and I have been sworn in.
Beautiful.
So yeah, the variance setbacks for RS 100 to an RS 50 has made it difficult. My family's getting bigger, second daughter on the way. We know we need a bigger home. We know the environment right now, prices are kind of skyrocketing. So to tap into the equity we've made, we're exploring building a home. I love that oak tree in the front of the yard. It's preventing us from being able to look at a front entry garage because it's nearest the stop sign, and that puts it on the side street of Hubert. In order to have kind of an open, living room to outdoor area, we have to be very creative with how we're designing the house. So Ms. Walrap, you kind of mentioned, get creative with your design. We went to an architect, we did that. We're making the best use of the space we possibly can. Nothing to really add at this point. It's just trying to gain a little bit on the side to get some more square footage in the house, and we'll still adhere to the 10-foot setback for the actual garage entry.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
That completes it.
Wonderful. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this petition? Seeing none, anyone on the board have some questions? I have quick questions for you.
Yeah.
So you're moving the garage. In order to protect those grand trees, you're putting the garage on the other side, and that's what causes you to need to move into the setback.
Technically, we don't have a garage now. We're parking out in open space.
I
So for the new build, it would give me a complete knockdown. It'd be adding a garage, which I would
Right,
appreciate.
but that's how your plan is, right? Your plan
Yeah.
is put the garage on the other side as opposed to the side where the trees are, protect
Yes,
the trees,
yes, correct,
move it over there. And then and then you've got this smaller than typical lot in this
Yes.
in this area. Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Any other questions?
Just real quick, the existing home, is it set 15 feet back?
I think it's actually greater than that.
Oh, really?
I know we had a survey done. but
And I saw in one of the photos, it's not in here, it looks like when you're looking down the street, your house is back here, and then there's a fence down here that's just past the house.
yeah,
Is that fence kind of sitting on where your property line would be?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, both fences that are there right now, property line.
Okay, so that white fence is your fence?
You have to pull up the photo
Trying
to,
think. Yeah, there was like a white PVC fence.
yeah.
Up and down the side of the house.
Yeah,
kind of
that's
sticking
my
out.
fence. There's a
So that'd be the
portion of it
property
that's
line.
my fence and a portion that goes into
So
the neighbor.
essentially, you're splitting that distance, so there would be 8 feet left over for people to get around the house and everything?
Yeah, yeah, there would be, that fence would be coming out, there would be more than enough room, still adhering to the rear setbacks of the home. Should be plenty of space.
Sure. Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal, should you choose to use it.
Nothing to rebut at this point.
Okay, well then, I will close the public hearing and open it up for motion from the board.
So the only thing I wanted to discuss was when you've got a corner on a side like that and we're cutting it back to 7 feet, the cars are gonna have to be in the garage or they're gonna be sticking out and covering part of the, on the sidewalk. Are there sidewalks in that neighborhood?
We have a sidewalk at the front of the property, not on the side street. So we'd be parking on the side street, and the way that we designed it, the garage, there's plenty of room to get the cars in. Nothing's gonna be sitting out to that 10-foot setback.
Okay.
I'm sorry, since we asked another question, is there anything else you would like to say in rebuttal?
No.
Okay.
Nothing to rebut.
Just wanted to confirm. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that the variance request for case VRB 22-80 for property located at 4224 West Barcelona Street be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing for a reduction of the corner yard setback from 15 feet to 7 feet with an encouragement for using gutters based upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code, specifically that the alleged hardships are unique and singular to this property as it's both a corner lot and it is narrower than what it is zoned for, and as a result, the required setbacks don't quite mesh with the available square footage on the property.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Awesome, thank you. Motion and a second. Need for discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? No? All right, approved. Have a great evening.
Just want to say, thank you.
2281.
The next case is VRB 2281. This is addressed at 8501 North Suwannee Avenue. This is zoned RS50. The property owner is Blackstone Development Group LLC. The request is to reduce the front yard setback from 20 feet to 12 feet, the rear yard setback from 20 feet to 10 feet, and to reduce the required parking spaces from 2 to 1 to construct a new single-family residence. The code section in reference is section 27-156 that has the setbacks for the RS50 zoning districts as 20 feet in the front, 20 in the rear, and 7 on the sides. And section 27-283 that has the number of required parking spaces for a single-family dwelling as 2. And this is an aerial showing the subject property. It is a corner lot in the USF Institutional Planning District. And it's on the intersection of North Suwannee Avenue and East Fairbanks Street. This is an aerial showing that vacant property. This went through a formal decision to prove that this is a legal non-conforming lot. This is the site plan proposed by the applicant for the proposed construction of the new single-family residence. And these are the proposed site plans showing the floor configuration for the first and second levels. And elevations of the proposed home, pictures of the site as it currently exists. This was reviewed by Right of Way and found consistent. This was reviewed by Natural Resources and found inconsistent. And the comments saying that they needed to provide an updated site plan, and that the site plan was unclear and the dimensions could not be read. The applicant did come back and provide the site plans to the city. And this is required in order to determine the home's distance from the grand tree in the southeast corner of the property. The protective ridges is also required to be shown around the tree. The protective ridges were not shown on the plans that were provided. Transportation did review and find it inconsistent with code with the following comments. Transportation has no objection to the requested variance. For information purposes, during construction permitting, the property will need to comply with Chapter 22-103 for sidewalks. The code requires a 5-foot sidewalk to be constructed in the public right-of-way along the full length of any and all streets to connect with the existing sidewalks abutting the property. Additionally, there needs to be at least 40 feet of corner clearance from the edge of travel of the intersecting roadway from the driveway's apron edge. We received no letters of objection or support from the neighborhood or any participating organizations, and staff has included no memos. The board shall consider section 27-80 in the determination of the variance request before you. If you have any questions, I'll be available.
Do you have the new site plan that you can
Well,
read better, or that?
It's just a really bad scan, and as much as we try to, he probably has something better, but it was just a really bad scan. So even when he came into the office, we're able to see the dimensions, just that he doesn't have the protective radius on the trees. I know that there's an oak right there, and there's another one right there.
Come on up, applicant, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn.
Good evening, my name is Paul Dizzy. I buy that lot from the county on the auction.
Okay, I need you to state your name, your address, and confirm that you've been sworn.
Sorry. My name is Paul Dizzy. The address is 8501 Surin Avenue. I was sorry.
Perfect. All right, go, 10 minutes.
And I buy the lot with the auction with the county. I don't know if they have any issue on that lot. What I find out is legal conforming lot. So that's the first time I'm trying to build something. I went on the process to get it conforming, make sure it's there. And after that, I went to see the design, if I can build that house. They required me to get a setback by designer do it for me and put the plan together, and that's why I require this feedback to see if I can build on that lot.
Okay. Does that complete your presentation today?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this petition? Seeing none. Anyone on the board have any questions for the applicant?
For this lot, it's non-conforming, and you want to reduce the setbacks by 8 feet and 10 feet, so I'm assuming the lot is non-conforming because it's extremely small.
Very small.
And if you use the existing setbacks, that leaves you with the house that is?
I believe 1,300 square foot house.
1,300
It's a
square feet.
two-story house.
So this one is 1,300 that you're building?
Yeah, I said two-story, yeah.
Okay.
And the total square feet of what you're building is 1,300?
Yes, that's 1,300 square.
Okay, very good. Actually, my next question is for Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. I'm guessing the 40 feet from the corner is for like site triangles for safety of motor vehicles? Or?
Yeah, corner clearance for the driveway to the intersecting road, so.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if you have this answer because I can't really read the plans, but what is the corner clearance with the proposed site plan? Do you have any idea?
He's less than 40 now, that's why we'll have to work with him in permitting. I'd made that, I noticed that when I was looking at it.
All right, so it may not be something that's insurmountable?
There might be some options, but he can always ask for an alternative driveway design if there's no other options, but.
And in addition to the, he wants to reduce the parking spaces from 2 to 1. And I'm looking at the site plan, I see a driveway and a garage, is that correct?
Yeah,
Is that
he
not
could
2
probably,
spaces?
the thing is, like technically he has, to meet the code, he'd have to have 2 9x18 spaces on his property. So like he can only fit 1 in the garage, and then that 1 in the driveway kind of sticks over on past his property line a little bit, you know, so really he'll park there anyways, but it's, technically you can't count it as a space, so it's a.
Okay. So
That's the reason we had him add that, you know, we noticed that it'd be causing problems, you know, in permitting, so we had him throw that into this request, which is reasonable. It's a small, you know, little house, so.
Okay, and I'm assuming that there's gonna be a sidewalk that runs through that driveway?
Correct.
Reading through some of these? Okay.
He'd have to put a sidewalk on that side, correct.
All right. So parking there would obviously block the sidewalk, but, I mean, you drive all over Tampa, there's.
Unless he
parking blocking
pushed the sidewalk over, there's, you know, some options for that too, you know, to kind of push it up a little bit. Usually we like to have it run around the property line, but you can push it out a little bit, you know, possibly in this case.
All right, very good, thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
No, that's it, thank you.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing and open it up for a motion from the board. Does anyone have a motion?
I move that the variance request for case VRB 22-81 for property located at 8501 North Swanee Avenue be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing for a reduction of the front yard setback from 20 feet to 12 feet, a reduction of the rear yard setback from 20 feet to 10 feet, and a reduction of the required parking spaces from 2 to 1. Based upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code, specifically that the alleged hardships are unique and singular to this property, as it's a particularly small lot that has been determined to be legal non-conforming, and that reduction of the rear yard setbacks will not cause safety issues, as right-of-way transportation have confirmed that, you know, during permitting they'll make sure that the appropriate site angles are met.
Okay, motion to approve by Ms. Decker. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Any need for discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right. I would say have a great night, but I think you're still with us for another.
Thank you. Yes.
All right.
The next case is VRB 2282. This is addressed at 1304 East Janelle Street. This is zoned RS50 as well. Property owner is the same Blackstone Development Group LLC. Their variance request is to reduce the front yard setback from 20 feet to 12 feet and the rear yard setback from 20 feet to 10 feet for the construction of a new single-family residence. The code section in reference is section 27-156 that has the setbacks for the RS50 zoning district as 20 feet for the front, 20 feet for the rear, and 7 on the sides. An aerial showing the subject property and interior lot in the USF Institutional Planning District. This also went through a formal decision to prove that this is a legal non-conforming lot within the city of Tampa. This is a site plan provided by the applicant showing the proposed new single-family residence. Floor plan showing the first and the second level with the 2-car garage in this instance. This was reviewed by right-of-way and found consistent with no comments. This was also reviewed by Natural Resources and found consistent with conditions that they comply with the City of Tampa Tree and Landscape Code at the time of permitting. Transportation also found them consistent with no comments. We received no letters of objection or support for this variance request, and staff has provided no memos. The applicant provided pictures showing the subject property as it currently exists. This is a vacant lot. And in the determination of the request before you, the board shall consider section 27-80 as the criteria for the approval or denial of a variance request. If you have any questions, I will be available.
All right, thank you. Come on up, Mr. Sears, set your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn, and you get 10 minutes.
My name is Paul Dizzy. The address is 1301 East Gino Street. I am sorry.
Good job. All right, second time's the charm. You have 10 minutes.
It's the same thing. I buy the property on the auction because I buy like 5 lots on the county, on the city Tampa. So on the auction, I'm trying to see bid. I go to the conforming and to go to the variant to see if I can build that house there. But the city have a small lot 24 in front of me. I asked the city if they will sell it. I went there to ask the real estate department. They tell me no, they cannot sell it to me. They will bill on that. But that one I have, so I try to see if I can get great to build single family there. True story. Thank you.
Okay, does that complete your presentation this evening?
Yes.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this presentation? Seeing none, does anyone on the board have any questions? What is the size of the house that you're building on this lot?
That one is 15.
15. A little bit big.
Yeah.
And you managed to get a 2-car garage on this one?
Yes.
All right. Any other questions? No? All right. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
For your time.
I will close the public hearing and open it up for a motion from the board. Ms. Decker.
I move that the variance request for case VRB 22-82 for property located at 1304 East Juneau Street be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing for a reduction of the front yard setback from 20 feet to 12 feet and a reduction of the rear yard setback from 20 feet to 10 feet with an encroachment for eaves and gutters based upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code, specifically that the practical difficulties are unique to this property as it was purchased that it's been determined to be legal and non-conforming. It's a particularly small lot, and there are no health, safety, or welfare concerns that have been raised.
Okay. We have motions. Do you have a second?
I have a second, and I just want to say I really appreciate seeing this smaller scale of housing being an option in the city. It's something that I think we're missing. So thank you for trying to make it happen. And I second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in wait, is there any for discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right. Approved. Now you get to have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. 2286.
Yes.
Last one.
Last one for
Last
tonight.
one this evening. Thanks for sticking with us.
VRB 2286. This is addressed at 2102 South Cortez Avenue. The property owners are Jeffrey and Michelle Stringer, and this is zoned RS75, residential single family. The request is to reduce the corner setback from 15 to 10. This is to construct an accessory structure. The code section references section 27-290. Accessory structures setback in RS75 zoning district are 60 feet for the front, 3 for the rear, 3 for the side, and 15 on the corner. This is an aerial showing the subject property. It's a corner lot in the South Tampa Planning District. This is the site plan that the applicant has provided to us, showing us that proposed accessory structure that is in the hatch to the east side of the property. This was reviewed by right-of-way and found inconsistent. This was reviewed by Natural Resources, and they found the request consistent with conditions. At the time of construction, they would have to comply with the City of Tampa Tree and Landscaping Technical Manual. Transportation reviewed and found them consistent with no comments. This was also reviewed by wastewater and they were denied with the comment that the survey needs to show the location of the terminal manholes located in the rear of the property and its proximity to the new addition. Additionally, this property is either served by a lateral to the sewer main located in the rear of the property or the sewer main located in West San Rafael. The owner should ensure that the new addition is not built over the sewer connection without taking precaution to ensure the sewer lateral operation can be maintained and serviced. We received no letters of objection or support, and that's it. So in the determination of the variance request before you, the board shall consider section 27-80 as the criteria for the approval or denial of the variance request before you. And if you have any questions, I will be available.
Okay, thank you. Come on up, state your name, your address, confirm that you've been sworn, and you get 10 minutes.
Charles Kutzmiller, 14216 Banbury Way. I have been sworn. Look at that. The comment regarding the sewer line, it's actually shown on the site plan. And the house is not connected to that. At least when they dug the pool, they didn't find anything. So what we're trying to do is maintain a multi-generational home. There's 3 generations in this home. They, the grandparents have a handicap access van, and basically because the accessory structure will be kind of a day living space for them, we're proposing that the van parks in that structure. Because it's a floodplain home, this has to be elevated to elevation 12. The existing house is at 11.42. We'll mediate that through the raised patio slab. Pool's existing. We're looking at a 10-foot setback from the north property line. The neighbor to the east, their setback is 12 feet. And the neighbor across Cortez to the west, their setback is actually 9. They're still between the proposed frontage of the accessory structure to the street edge is 30 feet. So given that we're going to be doing van parking, it would be kind of considered the size of a 2-car garage, even though it's only a 1-car that's going to go in there because we need the space to have the ramp come out of the van. Viewing down the East Raphael Street, this is the neighbor's shed, this is the fence, this is the existing home, which maintains the 15-foot setback. There's another view of it, how the neighbor's property is actually, and I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, I'm just saying the consistency along that street, it's a 12, that would be a 10, and the next one would be a 9-foot setback. These folks don't want to leave. The house was built in 1956. They're just trying to maintain their multi-generational home and adapt it as best they can for their grandparents. That's all I have for now.
Okay. Well, I'd ask if there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this petition, but they'd have to be hiding. So is there anyone on the board who has questions for the petitioner?
I do. Actually, you can leave that image up for me. Can you point on that image where the manhole is? Good question.
It's shown in the site plan, right there.
Right there. And how far off of that manhole is the face of the building?
Well, this
So-
is 14 feet, so that's about 10.
10 to the shaded area?
Yeah.
Assume that the middle of that manhole has got an easement running north and south.
There's no recorded easements. We've checked that already.
Really?
Yeah. And we don't know whether it's actually a live system or not.
Well, there's one easy way to figure that out. Pop it open, take a sniff.
You know it's not gonna smell
I
good
just,
one way
you
or
know,
the other.
I mean, I'm just, I have concerns for that. I mean, if there is an easement there, I mean, they'll find it in permitting and then you won't be able to do it anyways, even if we give you a variance.
Yeah. Well, and then, you know, of course, we would honor the easement
Modify
because
it,
they don't want to
sure.
have to tear up the accessory structure because of a problem in the future. Yeah.
And there's gonna be no living quarters inside of there, it's just gonna be the parking spots?
It's the
that they-
garage and a day room,
There
so
will be a
basically like a
little
family
bit of
room.
spot.
And a pool bath. But not not a sleeping area or anything like that.
Gotcha. That's all I've got.
Any other questions from anyone else? Seeing none, well, you get 5 minutes for rebuttal. Anything else you want to share with us?
It's been quite a night. I'm glad I don't have any tree issues.
There'd be more people in the audience, I think.
Yes.
Okay, well, then I will close the public hearing and open it up for a motion from the board.
I move that the variance request for case VRB 22-86 for property located at 2102 South Cortez Avenue be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing for a reduction of the corner yard setback from 15 feet to 10 feet with an encouragement for use in gutters based upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code, specifically that the practical difficulties will not interfere with the health, safety, and welfare of others and is in harmony with the overall area design of the neighborhood, and will not, be out of place on this particular street.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any need for discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approval say aye. Any opposed? You're done. Have a
Thank
great
you very
evening.
much. And the parking runs out in 6 minutes.
Well, you got time. You can make it.
It's a live system. It's a live system.
Okay, well, we're gonna find
Good work,
that.
everyone.
No, it's definitely a live system. Yeah, because I have to reroute my
to the back.
connection to the house.
Uh,
What's that? I have to get the full code.